Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 417. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Reagan. Chris, we're both wearing our BioShock shirts today.
Yeah, look at that.
Maybe a little bit chilly today. I don't know, what a little fanboyish today, perhaps.
Maybe completely on a whim. I chose this off a hanger, so that's kind of cool. I like it. BioShock 2, lack of representation here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, why did I almost call him Destin?
Destin.
He's been gone for so long, I've forgotten his name. He's eroding in my memory. If Dustin was here, we would make him wear the BioShock 2 shirt, the questionable BioShock 2 shirt.
Yeah, we would make him change. We would be like, we're recording in a half hour now. Go procure yourself a BioShock 2 shirt.
Yeah, we have a TaskRabbit coming to your house with a BioShock 2 shirt. He'll be there in 5 to 10 minutes.
TaskRabbit. I forgot about that was like a thing.
How's it going, man? Good to see you.
It's going okay. It's a busy week. It's like VidCon's happening now, which the convention itself doesn't really matter. I don't think anybody really goes to it anymore. But everybody knows that it's a thing that happens. So now people kind of like, it's like, oh, everybody's going to be in town. Let's set up a meeting. So it's been like the last couple of days has been kind of like, I've been linking up with people and it's been exhausting. I have another thing to go to tonight in Anaheim, which from Burbank, if anybody knows locally, is quite far, or it's far enough where it's like, that's a trek. That's a trek. Yeah. And then tomorrow I have another thing. It's like, I'm tired. I'm shot. It's exhausting.
You have to rest. My little boy needs his rest.
Dude, I had to. I'm so high energy now, where it's just like I needed melatonin. I had to go and buy melatonin. I was like, I literally can't sleep without like some kind of drug to help me. God,
I understand. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't sleep great myself. It's important for your mental health too, and like your brain health, not even your mental health, but just like the. Yeah, not going nuts kind of thing. Well, it's nice to see you. Yeah, VidCon, you and I have talked about it on the show in prior episodes, but I went to VidCon, I think, a few times or a couple times. 2012, I think, was the first one I went to. And I was very, what's the word for it? I didn't really take it very seriously when I was going. I didn't really want to do it. It was with the kind of funny guys, like very early in our run to make the company. And it was like they wanted to go and we got these tickets and stuff. But actually, when I went, I found it incredibly inspirational. And I still remember that, like the idea that it's like, actually, you can do this. And I remember, so I met like some random people. Who is he's kind of like, I think in the locale universe now, the guy that shot the gun off in front of his house. I met him. At that. And then I met the Epic Mealtime guy.
Harley.
Harley, I think his name is. This was all through Greg, who like knew everyone. And then I met Philip DeFranco, who was, and at that point, I think he had just sold his company, his original company. So I was just there and I was like, damn, there really is like a lot of money and you can do this thing. And it ended up being like a very effective, it's probably the only conference I ever went to where I'm like, oh, I like walked out like kind of rejuvenated. And like, I was like, that was because I didn't have to work either. I could just do whatever I wanted. So it was cool. Yeah. But I guess, it's not very big anymore. I mean, it seems like everything's decentralized now where nothing like that is incredibly big anymore. Even Comic-Con feels like it's big, but it doesn't feel like it has the zeitgeist anymore.
It's just different. There's less of a focus on it. It's still big. People still go. It's just, I think it's a matter of like, I don't know. It's like anything else where if you've done it for many years, at a certain point, it loses the novelty a little bit. But it is rejuvenating to just see a lot of people again. People I haven't talked to in like years. It's like, oh, how are you doing? And it's like, it is nice to just catch up, but even if it is kind of, it skirts the line of like this kind of like, this is like 50% business, 50% chill.
Sure.
Very odd.
When you were dating Lacey years ago, I went to her birthday party and I like Lacey a lot. You and I actually knew her independently, but I became closer to her when you were dating her. Right. And I usually wouldn't do social things like that, but I went to the party because I thought you were going to be there. Do you remember this? And then you didn't go.
So I can't remember. I wish I could remember the specifics of what happened. When was this while we were dating?
Yeah, it was
Or
probably like
after?
2019, maybe something like that. 2008. Yeah, you were dating in 2019, right? And
No,
so maybe even
not
earlier than
19.
that. 2000.
It
So it
might
would
have
have
been.
been earlier, 2018, maybe.
Yeah.
And I say that only because it was like a mini VidCon.
It was, yeah.
Like, and I was so out of place and felt so uncomfortable because I was like,
I'm so sorry.
no, it's fine. But I was like, because I roll in and I'm like, yeah, all right, we're looking for Chris. And then I realized like, shit, I don't know anyone. I don't know a single one of I recognize some faces and all the rest. But that's when I think she gave us a copy of her book. Maybe that's what it was.
Oh, it might have been a book. It might have been a book thing. I think I had like something that I had to, I could, because I wouldn't have missed her birthday.
Yeah. So yeah, it must have been the book thing. Right. That's what it was.
But I think, yeah, that's such a funny. I remember like me and Derek had this experience too, where I think Lacey knew so many people. So she would throw these things. And I think she had like this get together at like a roller rink. And we thought it was like this kind of like interesting, like, oh, it's a roller rink. Like no one does this anymore. It's kind of interesting. And like Tay Zunde was there. Do you know Tay Zunde?
Yeah.
And I remember just me and Derek just talking to Tay Zunde for like 2 hours. We were just like smitten with the fact that like, what is this person doing here?
That's awesome.
Like, why are we talking about politics with Tay Zunde? It's so funny. But yeah, you run into just interesting people when you do this kind of thing.
Yeah, it's like everyone's kind of more similar than you imagine. And I always remember that because I was like, that was the last time I was around like years ago now, like a ton of unendemic creators. None of them were gaming people.
Right.
And by the way, I hope people don't feel like it's weird for me to bring up Lacey. I do so because I know she and Chris are on great terms and nothing weird. Although I wouldn't bring up ex-girlfriends usually, but
yeah.
But I always thought that was so funny because I don't even remember how I knew her. Mm-hmm. I knew her somehow, but I don't remember. Like I don't remember why I know her. You know, she was huge. Yeah. She just kind of disappeared. I think that was part of her design, though. She wanted to go. She went back to school and like.
Yeah, that was a big thing where it's like because I was just kind of beginning, and she was kind of on her way out, and it was just kind of that was the big thing. I was just like, all right, well, but she's doing well as far as I know. I haven't talked to her in a little bit. It's been a couple months, but she seems to be doing perfectly fine.
She's good people. I have a very distinct memory of getting pretty drunk with you and her and Derek on the beach.
That's right.
Yeah, that was fun. Yeah,
that was a good memory.
She was cool. I like her. All right, she's cool. All right. Well, that's it. There's really nothing happening in the gaming world. Actually, there's a lot for us to talk about, which I'm excited about. Some of it's sad, some of it exciting, some of it mysterious and curious. And so we'll get to all of that, of course. But welcome everyone to Sacred Symbols, another episode of Sacred Symbols, another weekly episode. We appreciate you being here. Remember, you can get us 3 days early and ad-free over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia, audio and video. That early ad-free access goes to all the shows in our network that Chris and I don't do, but that are done by other very capable and competent people, like Defining Duke, our Xbox podcast, Summon Sign, our gameplay podcast, Punching Up, our Nintendo podcast, and so on and so forth. So thank you for that. $5 a month is the sweet spot. Very affordable in this era of ever-increasing subscription prices.
Mm-hmm.
God, things are so expensive. It's not that, I mean, really, it's still a high value. I was thinking about this. I got Hulu to watch The Handmaid's Tale like a couple months ago, and it was like $22 or something because you got to get the ad-free fucking HD, like whatever. There's like all these tiers now. And I'm like, It's still a good deal. It's kind of similar to like Uber being expensive now, but it's kind of still a good deal when you consider what it is. It's like you just go on your phone and then someone comes and gets you and it brings you there. It just doesn't have the value proposition anymore. So it doesn't feel, it's not a no-brainer anymore. I remember specifically Netflix being $7 a month.
Yeah.
Like and so $5 a month, it's almost like, come on. You wipe your ass for $5 a month at this point, don't you?
So, right. It's unfortunate. Everything has skyrocketed and it's bad. It's still, I mean, we've talked about before where it says like E.T., I think, for the Atari. Like, I think if you adjust it for inflation, I think would be $140 when it came out. So like, we're still getting away with something comparatively, but it's just, it doesn't feel the same because we were getting away with it for so long. Like we had it so good. It's like Postmates. We just brought it up, I think, in the last episode too. Right. It's just like that used to be like, like I remember when I first started using Postmates, I was like, this is ridiculous. Why would I not just do this all the time? And now it's like twice the size, like twice the price of the meal, and then some. It's
it sucks.
It's a mess.
It's I've said that. I remember I told you in the past that I incidentally sat behind like some executive at Postmates on a plane once back from LA to San Francisco, and he had it. I was looking, through the seat, and he had like, I wasn't like trying to spy, but you're just sitting there, and then you like look, and it's just perfectly lined up, and it was just their numbers on his computer. And what I remember so specifically was like, I'm like, they don't make a lot of revenue. Like it was a surprising, like it was in the tens of millions of dollars at that time. This was many, many years ago. And I was like, oh, there's no doubt that they are subsidizing the shit out of this. And lo and behold, they are. But the whole point is it's still kind of the burrito taxi, as people like to call it. I enjoy that. Calling it the burrito taxi. But yeah, $5 a month. Come join us on Patreon. We really, really appreciate it. We have like 12,300 or something people right now. The numbers are more accurate now, which is good. Remember what I told everyone, and I shut our numbers off publicly because I was like, the numbers are fucked up. Like they're not right. And then everyone made fun of me because they're like, oh, and I'm like, and then Patreon was like, oh yeah, no, the numbers are fucked up.
Yeah.
And then they sent an email a couple of months ago saying that to I think a much broader group of people actually. So
I think I have that email as well.
Yeah, I think I have a better handle on it now because there's like a lot of legacy confusion, dude.
It's old code.
Right, exactly. It's the old rubber band ball thing that I always talk about at IGN. And but I don't think I told you this. The CSV, like the file format, you can dump like a bunch of data. So you can do that from Patreon. So Patreon, like you can press a CSV button and Patreon will automatically coalesce this like, Excel document of all of your users. We have so many legacy users now that it will not work. And they have to now manually run it for us. So, because I haven't, people have noticed and emailed, like I haven't updated the credits in months because I can't see all the data anymore. Like it just doesn't work because we have like 12,000 whatever active users. It's something like 35,000 people have supported it. So all of those people are in the CSV and it can't dump that much data. It's so funny. And it's disappointing because I'm just gonna be real with you. I have all those email addresses. I don't think I'd ever use them, but it's like a thing to say like, I could like launch a new thing or try to get your attention on something in the future. So you want that data. And yeah, it's like, they're like, sorry. They're like, we have to fix this obviously, but like, there's just not that many people.
Yeah.
In other words, we keep experiencing issues that are only for like super legacy Patreons or really big Patreons. And that's kind of, I'm not trying to brag. It's just, so it's like these unusual, plus they run betas on our shit all the time, which I also think fuck things up as well.
Right. It probably doesn't help.
I don't think people realize we've probably had like a couple dozen like totally random things tested on our Patreon over the years that no one even knows. And a lot of them have become normal functionality. Yeah. So I think something about that probably fucks things up too. But
yeah, Patreon treats us like America treats the Caribbean islands, dumping random hormones in their fucking meat and shit.
Right. I don't mind because they're very responsive, which I'm sure you know too through Snark Tank, which is good. And
yeah,
they really, I don't like a lot of companies as everyone knows. I really do. And I'm not saying this because we're dependent on them. I really do like Patreon. Like they're really, things are broken a lot. It's not as nearly as good as it should be. I tell them that. I've told them that many times over the years, but they do care and they are trying and it is the best of what it offers or whatever. But the reason I don't mind as well is because we're so deeply grandfathered into old rates. Like we pay almost nothing. People that are joining Patreon now pay an exorbitant amount compared to what we pay. It's like a fractional percentage. So it's like, and they'll keep us there. Apparently we're going to stay there forever. But like, I'm like, all right, yeah, do what you want. And I think there's even different tiers now of like, you get different things out of them depending on, it used to be like a flat low percentage and you were just on Patreon. And then when they started introducing these new tiers, they started grandfathering old Patrons into the old thing, which is appreciated.
Yeah.
So join us over there. Discord access, RSS, and Spotify access. If you want to just connect the Patreon and its perks to like your podcast apps, you can do that. Submit your inquiries on the threads in the newsfeed each week for the various shows. Our thread for Sacred goes live Wednesdays and is deleted Thursdays. And of course, Sacred Symbols Plus, our weekly supplement to the show, interviews, deep dives, review discussions, and so on and so forth. A couple of exciting things lined up. So we last week I felt very friendly and nice, which is unusual. No, I'm always friendly and nice. And so I published 007's review discussion and spoilercast and Pragmata's review discussion and spoilercast. So 2 episodes instead of 1, just to kind of get them out of the way. I'm going to speak. I'm going to sit down, and I realize I spelled his name wrong. It's bothering me. I'm going to sit down with Reese Elliott on tomorrow, actually, from when we're recording. So around the time this goes live on Patreon, and we're going to talk about what's going on with PlayStation, The Bungie shit just obviously happened. We're going to talk about that later in the show. What's going on with Xbox? Xbox just raised the price of their console, which is to be expected, but it's like, I don't know.
Oh man.
And because it's like, yeah, is PlayStation susceptible to these price increases? Probably. I mean, they just raised the price of it in March. I would assume they're not going to raise the price of it again. I think they said that they raised it more drastically than they even felt like they should, so they didn't have to do it again. So that is my hope that they stick with that, but they're going to be victimized probably by the global economic situation. I just think it's funny to raise the price of something which has almost no demand. Right? It's like you're creating like the unprecedented economic negative demand.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I mean, like you said, it makes sense, but it's just so crazy, all of it.
Let's see. What else? Oh, so yeah, Reese. He's from Alinea. Love Reese. He's always welcome on the show. Really want to talk to him about a lot of stuff. I don't know if you've been reading. Like, he's making his rounds, Reese Elliott. Like, he's starting to. People at Games Industry are starting to talk to him. IGN starting to quote him. And it's like, does Reese know more about the back end games industry than I do? Almost certainly. Should people be asking me for quotes? I get a lot of things right. Why am I not getting quoted? What about me? I told you this. I had Reese just randomly, because we email correspond fairly regularly. And I just emailed him and I'm like, tell me how many copies of Saint Slayer we sold. It's like a little test.
Yeah.
And he was within 6%.
It's pretty good.
And by the way, and he said this, and I understand this, it is way harder to nail smaller games than it is bigger games. Like, way harder. Because there's all these touchstones. And I was shocked by how accurate he was. I was like, wow. And people are like,
he knows his stuff.
Yeah, they don't know for sure. It's an algorithm of some sort that they're using. But it seems like and they are wrong sometimes, but it seems like it's fairly accurate. And I say that only because I feel like people bust the balls of those numbers balls. This is like being up shit's ass or whatever I said yesterday.
Up shit's ass. I wrote that down on a sticky note because it was such a
so preposterous.
In weeks.
So Sacred Plus continues. I talked to Chris yesterday too because of everything that's going on with Bungie. I asked him this yesterday, kind of understanding that the Bungie layoffs were coming so that we could start getting this going. And so they are revealed today from when we're recording. So Chris is going to sit down with Cog and maybe other people. I don't know. It's up to you.
Yeah, we might get one. I don't know. I don't know who else would be a good who else would be a good fit for it.
Yeah, maybe someone outside the family. Like I don't know. We can ask in Discord.
I think I might reach out because there's some people that I know that I think would be kind of interesting to have on, but it'd be depending on whether or not they would say yes.
Okay,
I'll put some feelers out, but definitely in the next week or so.
So yeah, we're looking forward to that. So that will be the next episode, hopefully, of this. And then I have a bunch of interviews kind of lined up, or I'm lining up interviews. We'll be doing a bunch more of those as the summer goes on because there's just the game stuff is now going to slow down to a crawl as far as review discussions and spoiler casts. And in fact, it's why I published the Saros stuff all on the same weekend too. It's like we got to kind of just clear the deck because there's just a lot of things coming up. So support us on Patreon. We appreciate that. Sacred Stream. Oh, actually, one more thing. Doggy Style with Miss Frizzle wrote in.
Oh no.
It says, Colin, what are your thoughts on doing a look back spoiler cast on the first Alien Isolation? Sounds like a bunch of you guys haven't played it, so it would be interested to get everyone's impressions on it before the new game comes out. Maybe. Let's revisit that when we have a specific. We're getting really close to Alien Isolation 2, which I don't think maybe we are. I don't know. I haven't really been paying attention, but
when's it coming out?
I don't think, did they even put a date on it? Maybe they did. Alien Isolation 2 release date.
There's probably no date.
Does not have an official release date. So yeah, I don't, they're not even putting a year on it. So
all right,
it's a while away. So let's revisit that at the time because I'm totally up for that. I've always wanted to play Alien Isolation. I think famously it got a horrible review by Ryan McCaffrey. Not a horrible review, a bad review by Ryan McCaffrey, right, who's my friend at IGN. And I think part of the reason for that was why I didn't play. I was like, all right, well. And then you realize over time it's very similar to when we gave God Hand a bad review, and everyone is really obsessed with that as well. It doesn't really represent the cumulative feeling about the game. And so I will go back. I like Alien. I like that IP. I've not seen all of them. I'm not super familiar with it compared to a lot of people. My brother's really into it, but I like that universe. I think that universe is dope. The first movie is fucking amazing.
Yeah,
absolutely, it is. Absolutely stellar. And actually Aliens is the second movie is really great too.
Yeah, there's a lot of, I thought Alien, what is it? Alien Romulus was pretty good too. I thought that was the most recent one.
Mm-hmm.
Because that was the one that had that actress in it that everybody was like, this is a dead ringer for Ellie.
Oh,
I can't
remember
what her name was. But I remember thinking the same thing while I was watching. I was like, this really would be perfect. But yeah, that's been a game that I've been curious about too. It's a stealth game, so it's right up my alley. I don't know why it's taken me so long. I think I'm kind of intimidated by it, or not intimidated by it, but I'm nervous that I won't like it. I think that's like, you know what I mean? Like I'm always like, that always worries me when like this big game is sitting there that like I know a lot of people love, and then like I haven't tried it. It's like, oh, what if I hate this? And then I have to talk about how much I can't stand it, and then I'll get like 40,000 DMs. Tiresome.
Tiresome. Oh man. Sacred streaming, YouTube. What's with my bad spelling? Because I put in here a lot more. Like I'm fucked up right now. Sacred streaming continues. 2 madness streams back to back. Hope people enjoyed those as I got my sea legs. I'm gonna have Lockmore on, and we're gonna duo the next Sacred stream. I think that'll be fun. And I'm just sticking around. I mean, it's funny, man. It is now reflective not only of the podcasts but of streaming. This thing I've lamented for years, where it's like, it seems like the more I try, the less people care. Right. So I'll do like these really deep dive studied episodes of Sacred Symbols Plus, wherever they do fine. People like them. But like, then you put up this random, like, oh, let's dick around. And then it gets like 3 times as much traffic. I do these things where like I stream and I try to be thoughtful about a game, or like, and those do X. And then I'm just like, I'm going to just sit here. And whatever you want to talk about is what I talk. And it's the easiest thing in the world. And everyone's like, oh, yeah, this is great.
This is partially why I think I'm just deeply saddened. Where like I just think it makes me feel like meritocracy is dead, you know? Because like the more effort you put into something, the less people care about it. And like the better something is, the less people care about it. It's just like, oh, where's Roblox? Like, I don't care about this great game. Let's play the same exact game remade poorly in Roblox. It's like, all right, it's over.
Good.
I'm tired.
Exciting. Very exciting.
God help us.
All right.
Save me, Donald Trump.
All right. Merch. lastdaymedia.store. We appreciate you over there. T-shirts, sweatshirts, stickers, and so on and so forth. Shipped from my home. And I'm expecting, I don't know if I have any updates on Allegheny Hogs, but I'm expecting to learn that we've gotten our trademark in the weeks to come, hopefully. And then we'll spool that back up for you out there.
Good.
With something a little new and a little fresh. Okay. Get into some topics of discussion, then we'll get into the news. Quite a few things to talk about of import, and we'll get into what we're playing, and then we'll finish off with 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas of a gaming nature from the audience. But we can begin here with Chad Flowers, who wrote in on Patreon, just like you can, and said, hello, my handsome sacred boys, Colin. I've been a hardcore fan of yours for the last 12 years. I, 32, have a younger brother, 21. Oh, it's a very similar age to me and Dagan, who recently graduated from SIUC with his bachelor's degree. For the summer, he took a paid internship a couple hours away from home. For years, I've tried to get him to listen to Sacred Symbols, but to no avail. Lo and behold, within a week of starting his internship, I get a text from him that reads, I'm listening to the most recent episode of Sacred Symbols because today is the first day working remote, and like 10 minutes in, they called this one guy's girlfriend an R-word. Goated podcast, end quote. Gentlemen, will you please yell at my brother to listen to me more often, but will you also join me in wishing him a happy 22nd birthday? At the moment, he's listening with ads, which I cannot allow to continue. So for his birthday, I'll be gifting him a year-long membership to the amazing $5 tier. This episode will be released on his birthday, so I know I'm hearing this will be a pleasant surprise. Love you guys, and as always, thank you for your donation. Thank you for your donation, Chad, and welcome, Mr. Flower, younger Master Flowers.
That's right.
I've been playing Batman a little bit, Lego Batman, so I got a little bit of Alfred, flowing through me, as it were.
Yeah.
I love that. I love brothers listening to the show. A brotherly bond.
Happy birthday, nerd.
Yeah, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you, and be well, and congratulations on your paid internship. I guess I was a paid intern at IGN, but not really. Basically, like, I was an intern, but I would just get freelance money for doing the things I was already doing. I never had a paid internship. I think that's pretty exciting, and pretty, like, my nephew also has one, and I'm like, I never got paid when I was an intern. When I was an intern at the Massachusetts Historical Society, I didn't get paid shit.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be trying to get away with that now it would be kind of wild. Where the myth of upward mobility is completely gone. Like there's no It's a completely different era. I get it. I'm kind of surprised that they're even doing internships at all. You know what I mean? Like, you might as well just like. That's fascinating to me. But good luck.
Internships are dicey.
Yeah,
because there are like all the, like you said, like these regulations and laws. We were told when I was an intern at IGN that later on, like Pear told me, who's the founder of IGN and still there. He was like, what we were doing was totally like not above board. And when Fox bought us like that, there were no interns anymore after that, which I felt sad about because like that worked out for a few people. And it was basically like, why? I don't want to speak out of school here. It's like, of course there needs to be rules and regulations, but at the same time, it's like, why can't a corporation and like a young person have an agreement? Why not? Like, why does it have to be this thing? It's like, well, I knew I wouldn't look. I think we were taking advantage of each other.
Yeah.
It's like, I get to say I work here. You get to tell someone to. I was basically a gopher in the beginning, like do whatever. And I did it with a fucking smile on my face and bells on, and we got to, I was thinking about this recently, actually, Chris. It's funny this comes up because, and I don't know how you feel about this, but I don't like the live to work versus work to live mantra, right? And like not giving your life to a company and that anything can happen, right? So for people that don't know, it's like, there's this idea of like, you work to live. In other words, like it's a necessity. You have to work, but you're living your life. Sure. There are people that live to work, right? Which is more me, or at least that was. I'm not so much that anymore, but I was that when I was younger, for sure. And I feel like people have poo-pooed and demeaned that, like the idea of like putting in the work of grinding, of kind of not being disrespected, but unappreciated in a way of like making your bones, as my dad used to say. And I feel like that's kind of like becoming a lost art. And I understand it's a knife's edge where like you could easily fall on one side of the blade and you are getting taken advantage of it. There is no upward mobility. It is for nothing, all of that kind of stuff. But the risk worth taking of it being the other way. And I don't know. I like the idea of like, I made myself invaluable. It's not I wasn't the most talented person that ever worked at that site. There's no way that that's true. But I am, as far as I know, the only person that was ever just offered a job without ever applying for one. Because they were like, well, why not? He's been doing it for all of this time. And I just feel like I feel like that's still possible.
It is still possible. It's just like it's the feasibility and the likelihood of it is so much like I remember because that was the default thing in like the 70s. Like that's how you would get jobs, really, is you would just acquaint yourselves with people and then you'd be like, just get this guy to do it. And then that was the way it was for quite a while, even up until like I think the 2000s. I just think the internet and a lot of the things that have happened since the 2010s, I think, were pretty disruptive to that. And it's just like it's just a very different world. Like there's people my nephew was going to school and he got a full scholarship and the school just randomly at the end of the first semester it closed down entirely. And it's just like, well, what is this?
Right.
Like that's kind of a fucking unheard of thing.
Right.
Like I had genuinely in my entire life up until that happened to him, which is like I think like this year or like maybe last year, I've never heard of that happening. I'm sure it must have happened. I'm sure schools have shut down. But like schools of that stature, like it's crazy. It was just insane. And so like I just think there's the faith in the permanency of these institutions in which you're expected to put time into for an unpromised reward, but a potential reward is just like it's too shaky for most people to deal with now. Which is a bummer. I wish we lived in back more in that space.
I think a lot of it too, Chris, comes from the size of the enterprise, I guess. Like if you work at Meta, right? Like I understand putting your time and you can climb. I mean, I know I know people that work at Google, like there's a whole structure of pay and like how you climb and all of the rest, and people do it. And the people that don't fall off. And it requires a certain something of you. But when the push comes to shove and Google looks at their sheets and they're like, we need to lay 20,000 people off. I'm just making up numbers, right? Google's not in any financial trouble. It's like, at that point, it's like, well, someone's got to go. And I think the difference was when I was at IGN was we were smaller, way smaller, a few hundred, which is still way too big. But in my experience with like work and with layoffs and all of the rest is like, I was rarely, though it happened, I was very rarely surprised at who got laid off. Mm-hmm. In fact, like there were probably 5 or 6 big layoff rounds when I was there, which is sad, but true. And I probably could have named 90% of the people like before it happened. Occasionally, I always said this about Ryan Clements, who was like a guy I used to do Podcast Beyond with. It's not just because I loved him. It's like, I was shocked. I was like, whoa. But like, it was always it was often and typically the people that were like not as good as some of the people. They didn't work as hard. They didn't stay around as long. They didn't care as much. And I just don't want people to get caught in this trap. I think you have to be self-aware of where you are. If you work in an enterprise of 10 people and you excel, that's good for you.
Very.
You know, but if maybe you're working at fucking Oracle, it's a little different. Doesn't mean you shouldn't work hard or try to strive. It just means that like you might actually end up on the wrong side of the ledger at some point, which is not possible at the local HVAC shop or whatever. You know, like, so I don't know.
I mean, we're no strangers to working hard for very little.
Yeah,
I think, and I think that's valid. It's just like the very little now compared to very is so crazy. Like everything's so much more expensive. Everything's so bad. So it's a very different thing. Like I did YouTube for like 7 years before I saw a dime. You know,
yeah,
which is crazy. Like you'd be stupid to do that. Really, it's a dumb thing to do, realistically. But it worked out. But that was a pie in the sky thing.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly right. It's like, there are no guarantees in life. I just don't want people to miss opportunities because they're starting to get affected by this blasé. Right.
Don't get too jaded.
Yeah, right. That's exactly the way to put it. Right.
Because I really do believe, like, I do believe everything is like quite fucked, but I also do believe that it's one of those things where you're better off serving yourself, or you're going to serve yourself better if you just pretend that that's not true. Like you're going to be in a better position than you would be if you like if you just accept that you're just not going to do it, then you're not going to do it. But if you try, there's at least some chance that it'll work out. That's how I feel about it. Right,
exactly. Augmenting the dice rolls, as I often say to people.
I was simply in a position where I was just like, I simply refused to. I remember specifically, it was such a brazen thing for me to feel for how young I was, but I was like, I refuse to work for anybody else. Like, I can't do it. I can't stand. Yeah, I can't stand most people. Like, I can't do it. So either this works or I die.
Right. I feel the same way. It's totally anathema to me to this idea of like, yeah, I'm going to have like I'm going to go somewhere and at 9 in the morning or 10 in the morning, 8 in the morning, whenever you start, I'm going to stay there for 8 or 9 hours. I'm going to have a boss. I'm like, I don't think so. But
yeah, I can't do it.
But yeah, it's, you know what? I think the American dream is tenuous, but I think that it is so attainable still. And that's what I want. Like, I feel like I've attained a piece of it. I feel like you've attained a piece of it. I feel like I don't want to speak for you. I came from a middle-class family. They were good people. They did everything they could to help me. I loved them. I love them. But by the time I was out of college, no one was doing anything for me. I had to do it all by myself. And so I do consider myself self-made. And I want to encourage people that like, yeah, like there's so like, and we got all on this topic because of internships, but it's like, it's just so sad to see that kind of decline.
Right.
And like, I would have never been able to get in the way I got in anymore. And that's too bad because I was the beneficiary of so much luck as well, which I always say. So
there's always luck involved.
Oh yeah.
And delusion, to be honest. Like you do have to be deluded a little bit. You have to be so crazy enough that you think like, yeah, whatever. I'll do this 1 in a million thing and I'll be fine. Like I believed that intrinsically, which is crazy. It is like logistically insane, but I fully believed like, yeah, I'm gonna be working for myself and I'm just gonna do shit on the internet and that'll pay for everything and I'll be fine. And I believed it completely. I was like, there's no shot this isn't gonna work.
Yeah, level of delusion's good. I think. I actually I think everyone in my family is going to do fairly conventional things like my nieces and nephews, but one of them is my nephew's is an actor. Or that's what he does. Like he loves acting and he's like all these plays and all the rest. And I wrote him a note on his birthday once where I was just like, you could do it. Like, I know this is the thing you're doing now and it's fun. And then there's like, oh, so what are you going to do for a living? And like, what are you going to do? You're going to go and you can go to college for accounting and you're going to, I'm like, but you could do it. Same thing with Dagan. Dagan did it, right? A lot of people thought Dagan was crazy. I remember that because it was a different time in the early 90s. The only people who didn't think my like adults that I knew that didn't think he was crazy were my parents, actually, to their credit.
Yeah.
I remember them buying his huge drafting table in his room and like when he was in like 10th grade and like all this. But it's like people were like, you could be a cartoon. He talked about it endlessly. Since I was like, I could remember that he was like a cartoonist. He's going to be a cartoonist. He's going to be an animator. And then like everyone was like, what are you talking about? And then he just did it. So I just encourage people to.
Yeah. Dude, I remember being like a kid running around with a camera. And like I had family members being like, what's he doing? And then like years later, they were asking me for advice about how do you do this online? I'm like, nah, you'll figure it out. I believe in you.
Interesting stuff. Chad and brother Chad. Chad's brother. Brother Chad. Yeah. The fuck am I saying? Weston J wrote in and said, hey, gents, can we get a shout out for my son, Lincoln, who turns 8 this Monday? This last week, he got his first platinum trophy in Miles Morales. He's pretty proud of it and has been telling everyone he comes into contact with that he got a platinum from his grandmother who doesn't like video games to remind his mother and I and other siblings multiple times a day, and he is proud of it. Now he wants to platinum more. He brought up the fact that he looked up easy platinums on YouTube and asked me to look at shovelware games. I was shocked he knew what those were. I told him we don't do that, but to find games to platinum that he has actually to earn and support them. He may not understand it, but I'm doing my best here to nurture the generation of trophy hunters. Thanks. And I will hang up and listen. Well, Weston, based on Sony's behavior lately on PlayStation Network, you might not have access to these games, these shovelware games for much longer. We'll get into that. One of the rare things I think Sony is unabashedly doing well right now. But congratulations to your son on. So Miles Morales Platinum's pretty serious because you have to beat it twice. You have to. There's no avoiding it because there's a New Game Plus trophy. I remember that about it. Steer him away from all of that nonsense. We don't earn platinum trophies just to spoof the number. We earn them out of pride and honor, of course. So, but welcome to the grind. And I'm sorry in advance because it's gonna fuck your whole life up, probably.
Yeah. Oh man.
KY is life. KY jelly enthusiast wrote in and said, I turned on an old Sacred Symbols Plus that had Chris hosting and his voice sounded completely different than it does now. Chris, did you have a persona back then? Colin has sounded the same for 14 years. Now, I've been told I sound really different too. And in fact, I go back and listen to shows and I do sound different.
I think you do sound remarkably different. Like when you go back and like watch like even older stuff than just like early, but even early Sacred, we sound different.
Yeah, I think so too. So I'm surprised he only tuned in on you sounding different. I think people just naturally sound different over time. I don't know why. I don't know how. True. But
mine was more exaggerated though, because like I did have a character basically, or like an on camera presence that early on I would lean into because I didn't quite know. And I still, to be honest, like I remember, I think we had this conversation either like this year or last year or something, where like when we first started the show, I just kind of went by my name, my YouTube name, because that's what it was. But when I dreamt that up, it was kind of like that was supposed to be like a distinct kind of separate. That's like not really me. And so like it became like, oh, what do I do for this thing? Where like I am just me, but I'm going by my fake name. But so like, yeah, I probably early on I was a little bit more on camera or like more attuned to that on camera voice, but it gets hard to do for a long, like you can't do that for hours and hours, especially for 4 hours where the podcast eventually got 4 hours. All right, like, no, man, this hurts. This hurts. It's a very different thing.
It would be funny if we both had just totally different inflections when we talked off camera. Like I sounded like a gay man or something when I spoke, but like I put on this like newscaster voice. I always think about that with the news people. They all sound the same. Like they always go, like, it's like, what is this? It all reverts to this radio voice. I don't know. Yeah. But I've never tried to sound different or anything like that. I remember being very self-conscious when I was a kid. You probably felt the same way. I think we might have even discussed this of like when you would answer the phone and they would think it was a girl. Did you ever have that? Like, or maybe you didn't. Yeah, you grew up in the era of like still answering the phone. Did you?
Sure.
Did you ever get that? Like, I used to answer the phone and people would think I was like my sister Allie, and I'd get so upset because I'd be like, "How do I? I didn't know I sounded like that."
If I did, I don't know if I remember it. I don't know if it made an impression on me. If it did, I'm sure that must have happened because when you're a kid, you just sound ridiculous. But it never stuck out to me if it did happen. I remember that was a big thing on Xbox Live and stuff. Like you'd get on mic and people would call kids squeakers. I remember it was like a fun little slur for like young kids playing online on games that, to be frank, they shouldn't have been playing technically. But yeah, no, I don't know. I don't think I ever had that experience. I do just think it's, I don't know. You try to craft yourself a version on camera that is that's different. Not for everybody. Some people just want to be themselves, and that's cool. I specifically wanted a separation because I liked the idea of like playing like a louder, like more volatile version of it. It was like freeing because then I could just go into my real life and just be chill. It was nice. It was a release.
It's what I always say about the early like Web 1.0 about how like everyone was only like at most 90% them, like someone was lying about something or obfuscating or differentiating something about themselves because you could.
Yeah.
And so
to
why
be
not
fair, like I don't think I ever hit it either. Like there's even like there's a gag that I had in videos all the time where like I would literally like the screen would like flash to black and white and I would have on the bottom left it would have text that said character break and it would just be me talking like normal. Like this is fucking insane. And then it would snap back. So like it was always pretty transparent that it was not really me, but it's just like you can't be a heightened version of yourself for 4.5 hours. You know, that's too much.
Yeah, it's a lot.
At a certain point,
it's a lot.
I could do it for like an hour and a half, like early on, but like at a certain
point,
I was
like, that was that was a different show.
Very different. Even by the way, early on was different.
By the way, I was talking to our ad reps this week, and they're interested in selling sacred streaming, so they were asking for like numbers and data, and our average watch time is insane. It's like 30 minutes. Yeah. Like, I know we put up these really long podcasts, so it's like, well, that's not that impressive. It's like, dude, think about using YouTube and that the average person that watches one of these videos stays on it for 30 minutes. It's kind of wild, you know?
Yeah.
So I had, because you can like dump your deck from YouTube and like it'll show you all your stats so you can share it or whatever with in a PDF format or whatever. And I never look at that shit. No, I don't know why. I'm like very interested in other people's numbers, but for some reason just don't even look at my own in terms of like what's going on. And boy, that male female thing is brutal.
Oh, is it bad?
Like, it's like 97.3 or something like that. Yeah.
What do we have? We have ours is better, but I don't remember. The last time I checked, it was. Oh my god, what the fuck was it? It wasn't 97.3. I think it was like 80.
I mean, that's
I don't
great.
remember I don't remember what the fuck it was.
It disappoints me because, I mean, obviously we are a very male coded podcast. I know that. I also think that like the gaming space. I mean, it's established that I feel this way is that like the idea that half of gamers is women is obviously specious and ridiculous. I wish that was true for so many different reasons. You know.
Oh yeah.
But economically is the biggest reason. And I'm not saying my wife is a huge gamer. My sister Allie is a huge gamer. I'm not saying you don't exist. I'm saying like the idea that we would have like, oh, like, in other words, it would never be 50-50. But like, what could it be? And I just get disappointed because I'm like, we're doing all this, like we're selling ads and doing all this traffic, but there's a massive gender gap that I think a lot of podcasts experience. But when you think about like a show on TV or whatever, you're selling for like a cumulative number of people and we're basically cut off from half of the population. I'm like, damn.
Yeah.
It would be really nice. Maybe if we stopped talking about poop and things of this nature, although again, that makes assumptions about women, right? Yeah. I don't know. I can't even describe why I think what might be the issue without offending women. So
I really don't know. I don't know. I think it's just I think the vibe of, I do think the outward facing vibe of the, like, I think about this a lot, especially lately with just like some of the vocal minorities that are loud, where like, if I wasn't into video games at all, would I ever pick it up? You know, or like, would I pick it up to the point where I would like be active in the community if I just saw like what the online discourse was? And I do think the answer is probably like no.
Yeah, I
like it looks
So.
miserable. Like it really, and it is in a lot of ways, especially the stuff that gets like the most traction. It's always this it's misery. It's people nitpicking to death, and I don't even say that to act as if I don't do it. Also, I nitpick the hell out of things. But it is like outwardly looking in. It's just like, Jesus Christ. What the fuck?
Yeah, you don't want any
part of this.
You don't want. Yeah, that's exactly right. Like you don't want any.
I'd rather just make my stained glass or whatever the fuck it is that I'd be doing.
That's the way I feel about it too. Is I miss Web 1.0 forum usage, and
right,
because I think it was opt-in, and I think if those kinds of presences still kind of existed in a more robust way, which they just don't. I mean, I know there's Reset Era and to a lesser degree NeoGAF. I'm obviously Reset Era is fucking horrifying. NeoGAF is a shadow of its former self, although it's still doing its thing, and I have no disrespect for it. It's just I miss GameFAQs specifically, and that was fun because again, it goes back to the era of going on the internet, and like I'm gonna go on the internet, I'm gonna open a browser or AOL or whatever, I'm gonna go to this thing and I'm gonna do it. I would if that still existed, I would probably still do that. But
sure, yeah.
But yes, the social media
like
shit
now,
like,
as it exists now, where everything is just centralized in the same place, and like it used to be, you could put out like even in the YouTube space, you'd put out a video or whatever, and it'd be about a specific subject, so people who were interested in that subject would find it. But like now, it's like it's just in the feed, and now people who like aren't interested in it will just see it because it's just there, and then people will be like, "Why are you showing me this? Why is this here?" And it's like, don't fucking watch this if it's not. What are you doing? Keep going.
Right.
I don't want to hear from people who don't care. Like, I want to hear from people who care. And that's kind of the problem.
Yeah.
A lot of people who don't care are like included now because it's the default.
Social media, yeah, it's funny because I still think it's hyper useful in its own way, but like I've just learned to more interact with it in ways that I will like when I tweet things, I usually just, like I said, I just usually mute it because I don't I want to see my notifications because sometimes people send me interesting things or
right.
You want to have an outside interaction with people, but like at the same time, I'm like, I know when I tweet this joke or this thing, like I retweeted Xbox had like updated Xbox console prices and everything, and I just retweeted it and I said they're going to turn this thing around any minute now, and then I just tweeted it and then I just muted it.
Yeah,
it's like because you can't just even tell a joke or like even because then it'll be about like, oh, what about PlayStation? What about PlayStation? I'm like, I didn't say anything about PlayStation, but But like, so it's the way social media is, and I find it more useful and fun to just be observant than too participatory.
Right, yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Stop yanking Uncle Raygun's lever wrote in. I don't know what that means. Said, hey, CNC. If American taxpayers rely on the president's physical and cognitive evaluations to ensure sound fiscal decision making, shouldn't that same transparency extend to patrons? So we bring the Santa Monica psychiatrist a guest co-host for a few episodes. I feel like it would explain a lot. Release the files. #release the files. I'll recline and listen. The things that Dr. Rosenblatt could probably tell you about the two of us.
That's such a funny fucking idea, dude.
He had like that. You remember he had that very flat affect.
He's a very flat. I thought it was annoying him the entire time.
That's exactly right. He was great. It would be funny to like, we'll sign some papers and he just comes on here and just tells you whatever.
I don't think he remembers me, to be honest. Like, because I didn't go for that long really. Because it was a bitch and a half to go to and fro, especially when we stopped doing in person.
Yeah.
Because that was the only justification that I had for going. Was just like, oh, I already have to go here for work. I might as well just do this while I'm here. Then it became like, I don't know about this. But that I love this idea. It's one of the funniest things about this whole operation is that we had the same psychiatrist.
Oh my God, it's so funny. Yeah, he was what I remember about him was you remember you sat in a little room and then you had to press a button.
Yeah.
Or something like that. And then
that's how a lot of those things work, which is so weird and impersonal. You'd think it would be
I think it's to like clear the office of a person. So like there's no one crosses each other's paths or something. But it's like,
yeah, that makes sense.
I'm like, yeah, all right. I'm not
that secretive though. Like, what the fuck are people coming in here?
Yeah, isn't it like what you're saying that's secret? Not that you're saying it.
Right. It's almost like if you're coming into like it's almost like if the building was labeled like Porn Addicts Anonymous. You know what I'm saying? You didn't want anybody seeing you going in or something. Right. But it's just like it's the psychiatrist's office.
Yeah, it's like an unmarked office, basically.
Right. Unmarked office is a fun
and I just remember he had this like amazing view out of his window. And I used to just like stare at it while he was talking. I'm sure that was. And the other thing we used to talk about is like because I think he did this to both of us, where it's like he's like, take a seat, and then there's like a bunch of different options, and I'm like, where do you want me to sit? And he's like, wherever you want.
Yeah.
And I'm like, fuck, I hate this shit. Like you're already doing this shit to me, you know?
You're already
like,
analyzing my choices.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Yeah, it's like what are you gleaning from where I choose? Like if I choose the bigger chair, is that like an ego thing?
Yeah, right.
It is. Yeah, what a funny thing. I love this. It's such a good idea.
It is. That is. We should get in touch with him. He was older, and that was years ago now. I wonder if he's just retired now.
He might be.
Yeah.
And again, I really doubt he remembers me at all.
Right. I'm sure he has notes somewhere about you. Maybe he doesn't remember me either. I mean, I guess I saw him for like a year and a half. So I guess you would probably remember a person at that point.
But, yeah. I think I saw him for a few months.
God, he had me fucking jacked up. I'll tell you, man. He had me hyped up on shit.
I can't remember what the hell he gave. He just gave me Xanax or something.
Yeah,
I can't remember.
He gave me I mean, all the things that I was still on. I'm only on Lexapro now, but I was on like Ativan and other things that he gave me. Really high doses that were covered. I think I told you this, that like Kaiser or not Kaiser, whatever I had in California covered it. But when I moved to Virginia, they're like, this is such a high dosage that like your insurance doesn't even cover this.
Right.
And then like the guy I saw here was like, oh, this is really bad for your heart. So
yeah.
By the way, yeah, I'm down to 10 milligrams Lexapro now, which is 1/6, I think, what I was taking at my.
Is that a daily thing or is it like a weekly or?
It's
something
daily.
Like
yeah, I take it when I go to bed.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But I'm off everything else. That's why I'm feeling a little freaky right now.
Dude, I haven't. Yeah, like I don't. Because like I remember when my Xanax prescription ran out, and then I was just kind of like, oh, okay. Like I remember being told that it was like addictive or whatever, and it's just like I just did not give a shit that it ran out, and I don't think I ever tried to get more of it. I've been off everything. I took Adderall for a little bit.
Adderall, yeah.
And I still take it every now and again when I really need to fucking hunker down. But
I've never taken it. I heard it's like a superpower for some people. So like
I don't want to sit here and say like a drug is amazing, but it kind of It's kind of astounding.
People obviously should only take these things with your physician's prescriptions, of course. But like, there's many medicines like that are like, if in a perfect world, you would always be on this because it's awesome, but it has these detrimental and deleterious effects.
Right. It's also meth.
Right.
But
exactly.
But the thing about it, the thing that's really annoying specifically about Adderall, because it's an ADHD treatment specifically, is that like the hoops that you have to jump through to get it are so specifically tailored against people who would actually need it. Like if you can focus on all of these insane, hyper-specific, segmented steps to get this done in an efficient manner, why the fuck do you need this at all? I remember it felt cruel, like trying to get this thing. Because like, what do you mean you said you had it, but I drove all the way here, and then you're like, you're actually not going to do it because it's not the right, like all this bullshit that I have to go settle with a different guy. I have to go get on a phone with like some guy in a different state to coordinate some bullshit with this. I don't have the attention span for this. This is why I'm here.
You're right.
It's almost like it reminds me of like, you know how like the fear of long words is in and of itself a very, very long word.
Oh, interesting.
You know, like that phobia?
I'm gonna look that up. Yeah.
It's almost like that, where it's just like you're doing this on purpose. I know people who can score like insane drugs with very little reason or care, and this like focus thing, which I struggle with, is you're keeping it from me for this. It's insane,
dude. This is insanity.
Isn't that word insane?
Hippopotamonostressquibdeliophobia.
That's the fear of long words.
Yeah, like come on, that's cool.
As the British would say, you having a laugh?
You having a
You're having a laugh.
You're having a laugh, mate. Oh man, I love the word mate in British English because it is both. You say like, "He's my mate," or "I'm going out and hanging with my mates," but then you also use it as like, "Listen, mate."
Yeah,
you know, and I'm like, "Oh, that's interesting. That's an interesting use of the word." Do we have something like that, buddy? I guess
buddy is the closest thing. Although buddy, I feel like is more antagonistic now,
right,
than it used to be.
Right.
You know, it's
all right,
it's
buddy.
more. It's like, all right, buddy.
Yeah,
settle down, buddy.
But like these are my buddies. Oh, these are my buddies. You know,
no, who the fuck says that?
Yeah, no one I guess really says that. I call Rush buddy.
Right,
kind of a little demeaning in a way. You know.
Oh yeah, he's a completely subservient creature.
Yeah.
That's what a buddy is.
Hippopotamonstrossequipedaliophobia. That's ridiculous. It's like those German words. Because I think in German they like mix everything together where like all the modifiers and like descriptor words are like on the noun or whatever, or the verb. I don't quite know how it works, but that's why you get all these ridiculous monstrosities of words. I'm like, come on, guys. At some point, you got to just cut this off. This is ridiculous.
It's just such a, or like, yeah, it's what the fear, like, I think like the condition where you have a lisp has a shit ton of S's in it. It's like you're doing this on purpose. Like you're doing it on purpose. I think at this point, it's like it's fucking evil.
Now, Human Holst's tanking reputation. This person wrote in. I don't know why Human Holst. I don't know what that is.
He definitely messed up.
Yeah. Hey guys, so I have a theory. Whenever Brad the Green Reaper shows his face on a Defining Duke episode, he brings forth some kind of strategic apocalypse upon them. What if Brad has the exact opposite effect by showing his face on Sacred Symbols? I know you guys don't want to bring on an extra seat during Dustin's absence, but could this be our time to force PlayStation into actually doing something that doesn't make us question what the fuck they're doing for once? I don't know what kind of powers Brad brings to the show, and I'm too scared to test that out, personally.
Yeah.
Not only for Sony, I don't really give a shit, like whatever, but like for us, like I don't like that kind of power being around me. I don't want to unleash that genie from the bottle, but I do think it is really funny that he really does appear on that show and then bad things happen. Like, I thought it was a little weird. Like, I was like, all right, whatever, it's just a thing. But I'm like, no, this is actually a thing to an almost comical level. And that's scary levels of power. It's like it's like your powers of suggestion that we've exercised over these eight years. It's arcane and unusual. I don't want to bring Brad anywhere close to the show because of that.
Yeah. Let's. I love I love the logic of it too. It's just like if like if somebody brought an active uranium rod into one studio and everybody got sick, somebody was like, "You think this would be maybe good for us though?"
I know. Like, why would you assume that?
Like the immediate assumption should be no, it'd be the same or worse. So let's not do that. It's funny though.
All right, my friends, let's get into the news.
Let's do it.
I'll start footnoting now for Locke's purposes here.
This is the big one.
I mean, I think we have another big one, but I'm going to start here because I just think this is more substantial and more interesting, which is that Grand Theft Auto 6 pre-orders have gone live, I think, by this point, but they were announced a couple days ago from when we're recording, or actually just a day ago from when we're recording. And so there's some press releases and things to get through, and we have information on the price of the game as well, which they had kept secret. And there's a lot of talk about this, about what it might be. But what they've settled on is $80 for the standard version of the game. I think this is reasonable. I'm not surprised by it. I think they would have gone no lower than 70. And I made the argument that they can go all the way up to 100. I think get away with it. There is a $100 special edition version of the game, however. And this is where things get a little dicey for some people. We'll get into all this as well, is that it does give you access to some material things in the game that feel a little weird to cut off from everyone. But I got to be honest, I'll just get that version just in case, I guess. Plus, I really just feel very comfortable paying $100 for this. That's up to each individual, both your financial situation and how you feel about spending your own money. But I think $100 for a game that could be a game of the generation, and certainly is like the most expensive, explosively marketed whatever game. It's like, okay, I'll pay $100 for it to get in. But that's what we know. Also, Sony's substantial marketing, I think, for this game has now erupted. I don't know if you've seen how far this has gone. Yeah. So first of all, I pointed this out to the Dukes. I thought this was interesting because I always go to Xbox Wire just to see what they're writing and seeing, about different things. So I went to Xbox Wire, which is of course their version of PlayStation Blog, so like their official mouthpiece. And they have a Grand Theft Auto 6 pre-orders thing up, but it links directly to the store page. It seems like they're constrained from writing anything about it. Meanwhile, PlayStation has this whole blog post co-written by Rockstar that says Grand Theft Auto 6 plays best on PS5, November 19th. They released these images. This is funny as fuck. So they released did you see this whole thing about the images getting deleted? So they released these images across all their whole fleet of social media. And it's this image of the PlayStation logo. It says plays best on the GTA logo, and then a picture of the PlayStation 5 and all this stuff. And then they deleted all of these posts.
Right.
And people were like, they something's up, or Rockstar's mad about something. And I'm like, no. I didn't say this to anyone, but I went to the PlayStation blog and I noticed their shit was still up. And I'm like, no. First of all, this has been planned for so long. There's no way they're going to make some sort of mistake where it's like, how you can't say it plays best on PS5, like as if that they didn't know that. They apparently used the wrong GTA logo.
Oh,
and they apparently, and this is a more notable change, is that they put up in the original image, it was the disc version of the PS5, which is funny because there is no disc for Grand Theft Auto, even in its physical version. So they replaced it with the digital PS5, and then they put it back up. So
that is funny.
It is so that's all we know. I mean, there's really nothing else to say about it. They did publish a bunch of screenshots and information on their website. So like, there's a lot of like character bios, and there's like a ton of shit. I'm not reading or looking at any of that stuff. We've come this far. I don't see why you'd even want to know anything about it. I think the bigger thing that people are surprised about is, as far as I can tell, there's no new trailer. Again, two things. They're different. One is that I'm surprised that there's no new trailer with your pre-orders. That's a little weird. But I like that they're not showing the game. Like, again, do you even want to see anything? Like, I guess I'm curious. I want to see beat to beat gameplay. Like, It would be cool to just see 5 minutes of the game. Like, maybe doing a random mission, being in the mission, concluding the mission, 10 minutes, whatever. That would be cool to see. But even then, I'm totally cool not seeing anything. I feel like, Chris, they understand that if they expose themselves, and they already are getting shit for some of the things that they've done. The whole Ferris wheel reflection thing. Have you seen this? How there's like an image of like, and there's like no reflection of a Ferris wheel in water or something, and people are like, so it's like they understand they can't win.
Right.
So I would show as little of it as possible as well, just to protect it. So anyway, there's a lot of things to cover here. I guess what's on your mind here about GTA 6 and their pre-orders for November 19?
Yeah, man. Well, first I want to say like this pricing structure is interesting. You mentioned that the $100 Ultimate Edition locks off certain things. I think there's like a barber shop that it locks off. There's like a tattoo shop that it locks off. Stuff that would typically be in just standard GTA, which says to me that this game is $100. They're charging $100 for this game.
Right.
They're letting you play it, at least partially, for $80. But like, this is ostensibly, I mean, like, not ostensibly because that's seemingly, but like, I mean, this is basically a $100 price point for the base version of the game that they're calling the Ultimate Edition for marketing's sake, because it'd be weird to have like, I guess it'd be weird to have a
shitty version.
Just like gimped GTA 6. But I mean, for all intents and purposes, like it is a $100 game, so they are kind of doing it. They're doing it in a clever way, I guess, but in a way that obfuscates that that's what they're doing. But what they're locking out does not say it's not like they're locking out like a day one DLC or something. You know what I mean? Or like a new chapter of like a post story content that's going to be available with it. It's like no, this isn't like post. It wasn't even designed to be content that is post game. It is literally like a core facet of what is expected in standard GTA that they're cutting off. So it seems to be like that's like a discount feature or a discount version.
Yeah, it's an interesting way of putting it, because I do wonder, they probably had to internally, as you were saying, it's like, well, figure out what we can just hold back without pissing people off. Obviously, like the quote unquote day one DLC shit, Mass Effect 3 style, where it's like this mission really could just be in the game, piss people off. I think GTA 5 had something like that on PS3, if I remember correctly.
Probably.
Which I think pissed people off. So they were like, yeah, it says here in the press release, quote, the Grand Theft Auto 6 Ultimate Edition amplifies this experience with an exclusive collection of premium vehicles, weapons, apparel, and action threaded across all aspects of Jason and Lucia's story, and will be available for $99.99. So I think they looked and they said, yeah, like we'll cut off like the higher end vehicles, the higher end guns. or like the more boutique stuff. I don't know. It is interesting, and that's a really interesting way of looking at it, because the $20 seems a little extreme for what they're giving away, and yet I think giving away any more would actually alienate people potentially. The bigger thing that people are surprised about, of course, is the physical version of the game. And I'm not so surprised about the way they're handling it. In fact, that's not surprising to me at all, but which is that there is going to be no disc in the box, and they're already talking about that. Although there are rumors, and we'll talk about this in a moment too, that they will publish a disc in December. I find that hard to believe, just because that seems a little crazy for a lot of GTA people are going to be uninformed. It's going to be the most mass market video game release of all time, I would assume. So
yeah,
you're going to get all types, right? And you're going to get lots and lots of people that don't understand the disc isn't in a box. And then when they find that out, they're going to be like, okay, I guess it's the way it is. And then they're going to find out the next month that there's a disc.
Yeah. No,
I don't know about that. Like, I just feel like I believe 100% there will be a disc, or discs probably.
Right. Yeah.
But I don't think it's going to happen that quick. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too. That'd be too quick. I think probably maybe I would even maybe say like a year or something. You know what I mean? Like or like way more. Maybe when the PC version comes out,
yeah,
have
give
like
it time, because it'll be
like
patched,
a special edition.
Yeah,
it'll be like a special edition or whatever, and that way nothing will leak. You know, they've already gotten all their digital purchases out of the way for all the people that are going to do it. Yeah, the no disc thing is interesting. It is funny that they're putting out a box with just a code. That to me is like it's a little sad. Although it's funny because like I'm like the 1% of the audience where I'm like, I like having the boxes, but I hate the inconvenience of having a disc. So that's actually appealing to me. But just to have something on my shelf and not be constrained by having to like, oh, I gotta go put GTA in the disc tray now. But it is kind of a crazy thing to do. It's not surprising necessarily, because that game is like, what, you figure like no less than 3 discs.
Yeah, it would be multiple. I don't presume to. I think it would definitely be more than one. You know,
because Red Dead 2 is 2, I think. I don't know if it's on PS5. It's on. Is Red Dead 2 on PS5? Like,
I don't think there even is a native PS5 version of Red Dead 2.
Yeah, I could be. I've gotten all my games digitally for so long. Let me double check, but I'm pretty sure Red Dead 2 is on not one disc. And GTA 6, if it's I would just have to imagine that that's like a huge game. Like, what do you think the file size of this game is going to be?
There were rumors that it was like half a terabyte or something, and I'm like, there's no way it's that big. But
that'd be insane.
But like,
I would figure no less than 150 though.
Yeah,
you know
it's going to be huge. Yeah, like
that.
there was some leaked image showing it at like 400 or something, and I'm like, there's just no way. But yeah, it's gonna be huge. And I think there's stuff on the Xbox back end suggesting that you'll be able to download it in pieces, I guess. In terms of like the story content, and then obviously GTA Online comes later. We'll talk about all this more extensively, but to get more into the physical edition stuff, Zeron21 wrote in and said, hello, Hall and Oates. After the announcement of GTA 6 as an $80 game with no physical release, big waste of plastic just for a code, in my opinion. I want to express my premature disappointment in Rockstar. Yes, they have everything to lose with a disc, but I argue that I do not care. It is not our fault they spent so much money on making it. I reasonably expected a perfect game and release, and I'm already disappointed. Maybe they will do a physical release later, but it already took the wind out of my sails a little. Thanks for teaching me how to wipe, as always. Zeron21, you're very welcome. Thank you for writing in. I understand their perspective. I just think what I would have done is said, like, we're not doing a physical version. We'll do one later. That's like all I would have said. Instead of doing this patronizing, like, here's a case. And again, like you like this, and that's cool. But like,
it's not even that I like it. It's just like it is convenient for me in a way that it's convenient for probably like nobody else.
Right. And I understand that.
I'm a very weird use case in this situation.
They should just like, I wish they were just more upfront, because I feel like I understand people are like, a lot of people think it's the control use sales. I'm like, I don't know about that. Like, I think that's a consideration with every game they release. Why would that be an especially acute consideration with Grand Theft Auto, which is probably going to be not resold per capita the way other games are resold, because it's going to be a huge game that people are going to want to hold on to. It's like, that to me, I don't see how that calculates any more important here. That to me just doesn't make any sense. I really think that it's two things, although people think it's even other things. One is that I think they're afraid it's going to leak. And I would say that there is a 100% chance that the discs would walk off the floor. As I noted on Twitter when I just was thinking about it, I'm like, you have to understand the financial incentive is going to be huge. People will probably walk off the floor of, you have an early copy of Grand Theft Auto, like a month early, 3 weeks early, and you're going to get fucking copyright struck up the wazoo and probably sued. But if you're like, what is that worth? Tens of thousands of dollars, probably. You don't think people are going to do that? So, and then people say like, well, they can lock it. And I'm like, so you want the single player game to be always online? So like your solution to the disc, like the solution to that is to do what the other thing that everyone hates.
Yeah.
Like I don't understand that either. That doesn't make any sense. So I think a lot of it has to do with, I know Grand Theft Auto has leaked, or Grand Theft Auto 6 has leaked in different ways, but actually it really hasn't. Considering the amount of the sheer number of people who have had access to this game, thousands of people have worked on it over the years. Yeah. I would say it's probably gotten in like, think about the companies that are licensing, the people that are in the meetings, you're talking about probably 10,000 people exposed to this product in some meaningful way that is not public, right? And we don't know almost nothing about it, really. I mean, at the end of the day. And I think that they look at it and say, like, it would be a real fucking shame if 3 weeks or 10 days before the game comes out, shit start popping up. The only way we can control that is if we literally give no one access to it except for through the PSN and the Xbox store at the time of release. And so they're doing that. I wonder, there is a preload that begins September 12th. And my assumption is that that's when reviewers will get access to it. And that's when I think they can kind of withstand more of the spoiler stuff that's going to happen. You know this because we got Red Dead 2 when we still got games early. Like Rockstar is still the only, now I know IGN and Kind of Funny probably signed company-wide NDAs for us at times, but Rockstar is the only company I ever dealt with that made you sign an NDA if you wanted access to the game. Yeah. And so they're dead ass serious about it. I don't think people understand, like, as I noted when I was in journalism, when Grand Theft Auto 4 came out, instead of mailing copies to reviewers, they sent people on the plane to hand deliver them because they were afraid they would get stolen.
Yeah.
And they probably would have if people knew what they were at that time. So it's really vital that like people understand that level of it. It's not just like this little thing to them. And it's not just a little thing. It could affect the perception of the game in a major way. I just don't understand why they're like, and by the way, Chris, I think they could just say that. We believe, you don't want to implicate people, right? But like, it's like putting Grand Theft Auto 6 on a disc before it's out is a security concern for us.
Sure.
And we are taking your experience seriously. So our promise to you is like Q1, we're publishing discs. And if you want to wait until then, wait. But like for the sanctity of the experience and the game, we're doing it digital only at first. And that's why. I think that they could just have done that. Instead, they wanted to have their cake and eat it too. And by the way, people by the millions are going to let them have their cake and eat it too. I bet you they sell fucking 5 million copies of that fucking case. So at launch, most people are going to buy it digitally. The other thing too is that Take-Two itself says that only 3% of its income, its gross income, comes from physical goods. So they don't give a shit as well. It's also worth noting that. The funny thing is that this is the funny thing, Chris, is like the cost of manufacture, like to put discs in the case is like pennies per game.
Right.
They're making the case. They've done all of that and they're shipping it, which is the major cost. If I can publish 1,000 copies of a PS4 game or a PS5 game, which I can, for under $10 a unit, boxed, sealed, and shipped, right? What do you think Rockstar can do?
Right. No, yeah, exactly.
Right.
The thing too about that is that like, I want, because the shipping is usually determined by weight, right? Like the pricing of shipping is usually weight. I know that because like that's why Snapple went to plastic instead of glass. So, do you like what is a disc weigh relative to the case that would make it You know what I mean? Like how much money are they saving by shipping a case without a disc?
Yeah,
and people still being interested in it.
Yeah,
like I don't know.
It's just weird. It's weird.
Trivial.
I just think that from that perspective, they could just handle that way better.
Oh yeah, yes.
I think I do think though that it's two things. I mean, it's the unfortunate reality is that it would probably materially affect them at launch. I don't think it would materially affect them overall because they're not going to drop the price of the game. And then when that copy of the game comes out, people will buy it. But they probably wanted that full burst at launch so they can release their press release of X amount million numbers sold in 24 hours, which they're going to do, or pre-order numbers, which they're going to do. And the other fact is that though there's no disc in the case, I bet you 9 out of 10 physical copy people are still going to buy it. So
yeah, 100%.
So there's that. Let's talk a little bit about the price. A very special boy wrote in, said, "Hi, Colin and Chris. What are all these people complaining about? GTA 6 is one of the most expensive games ever produced. Do gamers have absolutely no concept of economics? No. They don't. But GTA 6 is not... you said it right. GTA 6 is the most expensive game ever produced. I mean, by a mile. I would be... I guess Star Citizen is probably number 2. Maybe if you took the cumulative development of a game like World of Warcraft or Minecraft or something, maybe, or like some of these gacha games that have been around for a while or whatever. But like, yeah, you're talking about a number that is unmet by any product. And and $80 is maybe the game fucking sucks, dude. I mean, I have no idea, but like you would imagine based on what I think it is that $80 is a steal. I think they still could have gone 70. I think 60 was a pipe dream. I think if you're complaining about it, I think if the difference, someone wrote in about this actually, and you don't say it to be mean, but it's true. It's like, if the difference between a $70 and $80 game is breaking the bank for you, you probably just shouldn't buy the game. And that to me, I think is true. Like,
yeah, that is true.
It's just smart. It's just smart. If that $10 is really everything to you, then just keep all 70 or 80 of it, in my opinion, and wait for a discount or buy a different game. This to me, I will say though, Chris, I've tried to read people's responses and see how people feel. I don't know. People are not too aghast by the $80 price point. I think mostly because they're not the one to breach it. Nintendo really was the one to do it.
Yeah, Mario Kart did it.
Right.
With which by the way, $80 for Mario Kart. Like, God bless Mario Kart. That's kind of wild. But like a game's value is like, I don't know. People value games so differently. Like I would argue I've gotten well over $100 in value from most of the games that I love, you know, like, so like it really is just about like Red Dead 2. I've gotten way more than $100 in value. And I got that for free for us. But like I did buy it on Xbox as well to just to buy it. But yeah, I don't know. I just feel like I get why people are hesitant because money's exceptionally tight now. Everything is going up in price. There's a feeling generally that for a while now in this industry, we've been getting ripped off, whether that's valid or not. In some cases it is, in some cases it isn't. There have been games sold under false pretenses that people never got refunds for. There are games that have been dissected and cut apart and sold piecemeal for hyperinflated prices. Like that is something that is real. MTX is kind of everywhere. So like I get the feeling of being on guard and being like, oh man, I don't want to, you know, feeling like everything's a ripoff. But I don't know. Rockstar, in my opinion, and by the way, I'm not even necessarily the biggest fan of everything Rockstar's ever made, but like as of late, I feel like they've earned some level of, I don't want to say faith necessarily, but I don't know what other word would work best, but like they've earned some level of good faith on the players' end to understand that they're going to deliver something that's definitely at least worth the price of a full game. I just don't see it. Like after Red Dead 2 and GTA 5, like I didn't gel well with GTA 5 to be honest, but like GTA 4, I think it's like exceptionally, like I think it's so good. Underrated, in my opinion.
Yeah, people don't talk about it as much as they talk about even Vice City and San Andreas, which are both awesome games. But
yeah, I think
4 is the best one, arguably.
I think 4 is easy, like by a mile. I think it's easily the best one. But I mean, that's subjective or whatever. But like, you know, GTA 4 is fantastic. GTA 5 is like a not to my taste, but it's a phenomenon. Red Dead 2 is fucking exceptional. I just don't have a lot of doubt. Like, they've earned enough goodwill from me to be like, yeah, I'll pay $80 or I'll pay $100 for whatever it is you're cooking. Now, it could suck. That's very possible, and then, you know, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, if it so happens to be that way. But I just think people are on guard because they think like a lot of other companies are going to try to do this shit. And by the way, let them try. Let Ubisoft charge $100 for what is essentially the base version of fucking Star Wars Outlaws 2. Let's see how well that goes. I just don't think other people are going to get away with it to the same degree, because I don't think there's the same level of pedigree. I don't think there's the same level of goodwill. I don't think there's the same level of interest, quite frankly.
Yeah.
So I'm okay with it, really.
On that note, Shadi Haddad wrote into us and said, guys, this feels like it could be a turning point. GTA 6's $80 price tag is certainly going to give clearance for $80 to be the new norm due to market conditions. Rockstar locking out key features behind the $100 deluxe edition, knowing that most will pay the extra $20 for a more complete experience, may provide the path for publishers to get better ROI on game development costs, with premium editions being the more complete versions of games. This is what you were saying earlier. Not only that, but the boldness of shipping digitally may also increase the trend of making physical games ship with a code as the new standard. Rockstar is big enough to lead the charge on industry-wide changes. Who else do you see following suit by the time PS6 launches at the end of 2027, presumably as a digital console? It's important to remember PS6 will launch as a natively digital console, which PS5 is too. There will be a disk drive for it. I mean, obviously.
Sure.
So I want to be clear. And listen, the digital game. I mean, come on. I'm so sick of having the physical versus digital games thing. It's like, we all know where this is going. I just don't think they're ever going to throw the physical people away. I just don't think it's going to be an expectation anymore that you're going to get what you want necessarily anymore.
It'll be like a boutique, like enthusiast kind of aspect to the hobby. I think it's the same way that vinyls are still huge and they're still big, but they're not the default medium anymore. And so like now you're going to have to, you know, it's a lot more convenient for most people to listen to music on streaming or download an MP3 or whatever. But there's always going to be a market for people to have their own like record tables and, you know, their own sound systems and their hi-fis and their physical records. Like that's always going to be a thing. If it's true for music today, then it's certainly going to be true for video games for a long time. So no, I think people should stop worrying about not being able to, like, you'll have your disk drives.
Yeah, you'll have to buy them, as you do now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just don't. That's not the point of his message. I just wanted to note that, like, don't worry about that. I agree with Chris. It's like that it will be a digital console, but so too is the PS5, and you still have the option of putting a disk drive in it. But to Chris's point, Shadi, I think you are way too optimistic about others following suit on this right now. I think there could be a generational push. Was it Call of Duty that was the first game that charged $60?
I don't remember.
Back in the day.
I'll look it up.
It's got to be a big player. It already has been with Mario Kart. We saw that the Outer Worlds 2 attempted it and then walked it back, because this is exactly what would happen to most games that tried it right now, which is that, like, there's no way I'm paying $80 for that game just on principle. Again, I don't think it's even the $10 difference being that much having meaning to people as much as it's the principle. Do you see an answer?
It says there's no single first one, but Call of Duty 2 is one of them,
right?
And I think and Madden 06. I think.
Yeah, so it was 360 games.
From 50. Yeah, 360 basically.
Right.
It went from 40 to 49 to 59.
Right. Okay. So yeah, you need some either generational, like the generational thing is going to even be tough, because assuming most games are going to be PS5, PS6 cross-gen, it's like, are you going to just charge $10 more for the PS6 version? Like, I don't think you can get away with that either. There is this lack of flexibility in, I think, the base player's mind about economics. This is what was being asked about a very special boy earlier, but like, people have no concept of economics, and the answer is like, no, not really. But I also do agree that, like, is it really their problem? If they're the market, then you kind of have to learn to meet them, or you're just not going to be able to sell anything. And so that's not really their problem. That's the provider's problem. And what Grand Theft Auto gets away with, what Mario Kart got away with, is not what most games are going to get away with. Maybe there would be some Sony property that can get away with it, but I'm not even sure any Sony game would get away with it. Even if it was like something like when God of War comes out next year, or Wolverine later this year. We already know what Wolverine costs, but it's like, they're not going to charge $80 for those games. I don't think people are going to have the tolerance for that. But eventually, What you might have to do is just make everything a certain, in other words, not everything, but like the AAA baseline price raises like it did during that 360 era. And you create a new high end baseline. And then if you want to surpass that, then like you do these special editions that get you to $100 if that's what you want to do. But I'm not worried about people following suit in the short to midterm because I think people will continue to explore the scale. And $80 is still going to be a bridge too far. I think I would just love to know what they think they could have gotten away with. And well, we'll get to this point next, and we'll talk next about this Ultimate Edition that we brought up. Alabama, Arkansas wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC, we finally can put the GTA 6 price speculation to rest. I would argue it is a $100 game since the Ultimate Edition has lots of content you won't be able to access without it. Also, lots of people want to experience this game in its entirety and not miss out on any content. How do you guys feel about the price? Will you be picking up the $100 Ultimate Edition?" So you and I already said that we will get the $100 Ultimate Edition. I suspect Dustin will as well. What I'm curious about is what the split cumulatively with the fan base is going to be. Because I bet you it probably won't be half, but it will be a lot of people are going to get that $100 version. They're going to make the budget of a normal AAA game just in probably that extra increase of $20. So what we'll have to do when they start releasing, they'll probably be like, Grand Theft Auto sells blah, makes X in however many days. And then we'll have to start doing the math. And we probably won't have all the data to even be able to do it effectively. We might be able to figure out how, and also what's Sony's deal with them? Is it a marketing deal that Sony paid for? Is Sony getting access to GTA 6 in a special way for a better split on the PlayStation Store? Like, there's all these different options. I think people assume that it's like a either lump sum or, these period payments of X and Y and Z as you go further and further into the marketing beats, and you kind of take that off of Rockstar's books in exchange for access to this world-changing game. But I wonder if it's something even more simple. Like when we sell GTA, we get 85% or something like that.
Yeah.
Sony still wins in a major way, in every way. I don't know. I'm always curious. It's so tight-lipped about that, reasonably so, about that, what that shit is, how that works.
Yeah, they probably have some deal in play. I mean, dude, like, didn't they update the PS app logo to be GTA or something?
They did,
I didn't fact check any of this, but I saw like a bunch of I think it has its own bespoke animation on the PS5 homepage. I also saw these things could be fake.
I saw that too. I didn't notice that. Well, my PlayStation was sleeping, so I don't even know. But yeah, if you apparently go to the storefront, there's like a special, or the welcome screen, I guess. There's like a special animation with the Roman numeral 6 and all the rest. And yeah, my app hasn't updated yet, but I actually think I have to manually update my apps. So I should try to see if I can do that. And I can verify right now.
Yeah, but I think they clearly have something. A big thing for them though is that like if they have that deal, like my curiosity is the marketing deal like let's say maybe the split for the game is normal, but like the MTX split, like the shark cards. I wonder if because they know now that it's so huge. I wonder if they're like, listen, we want like 90. or like some crazy deal on the MTX, the chip damage. Like that could be part of it too. Mm-hmm. Like they definitely have some kind of special deal. Like if they have this own co-written write-up on the PlayStation blog, if they have like this bespoke animation on the PlayStation Home that plays best on PS5, like there's undoubtedly some kind of deal in place. And Rockstar has the leverage to do it, I think. Granted, Sony also has leverage because there's the only real place for them to go if they're not going to go to PC. Because Xbox is kind of floundering. So like they both have some leverage, but I think there's got to be some special deal in place.
Yeah, I'd be very curious to know about that because that's such a huge. Yeah. I think there was no, I mean, if you're Rockstar, you're not going to go with Xbox at this point. They were with Xbox during the GTA 4 era. That worked out really well for them. Remember the tattoo?
Yeah, GTA. Yeah, GTA. Like, what was that? Moore?
Yeah, I want to say Phil Moore, but that's not right. Peter Moore.
Is it Peter Moore?
Yeah, Peter Moore. Because that was when he was moving around. He was moving between these companies.
Yeah, ridiculous.
And that was huge. I mean, and they had Ballad of Gay Tony and Lost in the Damned exclusive, the 360, and that worked out awesome for them.
Yeah, and I think they ran better too. Like it was a good deal. It was a good situation they had. God, Baldur's Gate Tony's so good.
But Sony came back in with 5, as you remember, and they were there, and then the PS4 had like the PS4 GTA version, and I think that the best would have been, at best it would have been neutral. But at most Sony wanted to get in bed with them. But you wonder what the price is too, about like, it's a huge thing, and yet because your competition seems so disabled, was it even worth it? You'll have to see it play out, because it might have just been that your console would have been the default place for this thing, really, for most people anyway. The big thing I want to see, and they haven't said anything about this yet, and I wonder if they will, and maybe it's a lot of it has to do with pricing uncertainty and all the rest, is like, will there be a bundle? Because that to me is like the big thing for Sony. But you think you would want to say that. You can't say it too soon. But then like you have pre-orders. People are kind of pre-ordering, and then, but I guess they wouldn't pre-order if they didn't have the console. So it kind of does all work out now that I'm talking through it. So you could announce that later, September or something. And you also don't want to get in the way of Wolverine. So maybe even after that. But that's a big thing. I wonder because if there's a PS5, imagine a subsidized copy of Grand Theft Auto 6, basically, and a new PS. Like, you basically get the game for free.
That would be huge. That would also be, although, like, man, are they even? I guess it's just a bundle. It's not like a special edition console or anything.
Yeah, nothing. Like, I'm not even saying anything. Yeah, just like something like what we always make fun of it. They'll just put a new sleeve. They'll have their workers open the boxes and put a slip in with the code. They'll put on a new sleeve and they'll sell it as the Grand Theft Auto version.
Yeah. What a bummer, man. We used to have it so good. Yeah, I mean that could be huge. I think, I don't know. Do they need it? And also, like, is hardware would be smart? I don't know. I would love to be a fly on the wall for these conversations. Like what are they getting? Like you said, like PlayStation would have been the default place anyway. So like they could have theoretically did a Microsoft deal, and of no detriment to them really at all. I don't know, man.
Yeah, it must significantly allay some cost for Rockstar, because as we were saying, like leading up to things, as we prognosticated for years about this now, is I was like, if I were Rockstar, I'd kind of just leverage both sides and just be like, you can both do whatever you want. Like, yeah, easily. You can both have bundles. You can both like have these like, we'll write things on both your websites. Well, like I'm like, we don't give a fuck, you know. But I think so. I think Sony probably came to them and like, we'll take a major portion of like, we'll don't even worry about marketing the game. That's hundreds of millions of dollars. You know, now it's probably not quite that straightforward, but
sure.
All right, what else here? Home Cooked Meals wrote in about something interesting here. Says, hi, Colin and Chris. With all the hoopla around GTA 6 pre-orders, I noticed the PlayStation Store FAQ says GTA 6 is a single-player experience, in quotes, when asked about multiplayer, which I assume is Rockstar-approved language. So it's not Rockstar-approved. I mean, Rockstar is putting that stuff in themselves. So what do you think that means for the next GTA Online? Is Online just coming later as a free update to GTA 6 like it did with GTA 5? Or could Rockstar treat it more like its own standalone thing this time? And since it launches later, will that become a second release date bomb that other publishers have to get out of the way of after already avoiding GTA 6 itself? I went back and looked. GTA Online released a few weeks later, I think, during GTA 5. And I think it took a few months for Red Dead 2 to come online. Yeah. I think they do that intentionally. It might be that things are not ready, but I think they do that intentionally to let people play the game. And then and you're not distracted by, because I always do find that peculiar, to each their own, because I think Micah does this shit. Is like, you buy Call of Duty and then you don't even play the campaign. Now that's cool, but it's like take a moment.
Yeah.
Smell the roses, you know, and get acclimated to the world. I think that's going to be especially important here. So I assume they'll just have something to say about that later. And my assumption is you'll know before the game comes out what they're going to do with GTA Online, because it is a massive component of what they're going to be doing. But the single player stuff, they are leaning into it being single player, which is exciting, because it goes to show you, like, yeah, we're getting back to our roots. And Chris, you and I have lamented this. We were just talking about these GTA 4s. Like, you got to have a pipeline for single player content. Like, you got to keep that coming. There's really no excuse for that. I understand GTA 5's GTA Online became this runaway train. But man, some of the best stuff in GTA 4 was from the expansions. And to keep that world alive, I really feel like they're going to try to thread the needle this time, which is very exciting from my perspective. So yeah, what do you think about this? What do you think is going to happen with GTA Online?
Yeah, I mean, I see no reason to assume that it'll be Two different of a cadence that they've had with GTA Online and Red Dead Online previously. I do think I could be wrong. I feel like they did eventually decouple GTA Online from GTA 5. Like, I feel like you can just download GTA Online now. It didn't used to be that.
Yeah. And like I said, the Xbox packaging, it seems like they're going to do the same thing with this game.
Yeah, so I think it could be a standalone thing that maybe you get access to if you own. Like, I don't really know how they're going to do it. It's I'm curious about it, but it's definitely going to come later. It's definitely going to come, and it's definitely going to be huge. I would argue it's going to be way more supported than Red Dead Online. Red Dead Online's always been kind of like an afterthought, which, by the way, is not even like a bad thing. It's just like it's how multiplayer used to be, and it's all Red Dead really demands in comparison, given the success rate. But like, I wonder how long it'll be, because I don't think it'll be weeks, but I also don't think it'll be months. Seems too long. Like, I don't. It's such a big thing, and it will be another splash for people to have to worry about for sure, especially in live service. If you've got like a multiplayer game coming out at some point after GTA 6 and you thought you avoided it, imagine it comes out in February.
Yeah,
oh my god,
that would be. I wonder if they'll try to do it in time for like Christmas break. That would be kind of cool.
That would be smart.
Be like, everyone's off, you're off from school, you're hanging out with your family, go dick around with this thing. But I don't know.
Maybe.
You could look at it. I mean, if you want to be pessimistic, you could look at it and say like it's not ready. I will say, I don't know if that's true though, and I will say that I believe, I should have said this earlier, that I believe another reason they're not putting the game on disc. I think the leaks are are adequate, but like they don't really have to commit to a 1.0 version until very late, like really late. They're allowing pre-orders November 12th. I think the game comes out November 19th. You don't really even have to certify it until probably, well, you're going to pass certification. You can patch it endlessly and not release the packages, I guess. But like, they'll probably be working on the game in a major way. I mean, they're going to obviously be working on it through launch, but what I'm saying is like, they're not ready to commit to anything. And so you could look at it through that lens too, that like it's the shit or get off the pot moment. It's probably very stressful there right now, I would assume. So
yeah,
I don't know, man. We'll see what goes on with that. And finally, Landon Keith wrote in and said, hello, my Crash Out King Colin and Christoph Raimundo Gunsmith Higgins. The price of GTA announced today. I was thinking about people's expectations for this game, especially with releasing single player only first, as has been done in previous Rockstar releases. How annoying and loud is discourse going to be at launch? There exists an entire generation who only know GTA 5 and GTA roleplay servers that took off in the early 2020s. So I have to imagine that expectations, though already high because Rockstar is high quality, are above and beyond due to the interactivity of these modded RP servers, going in most buildings, being full-on cops, convenience store clerks, etc. A lot of these people don't know what GTA actually is. So while we should expect high quality from Rockstar, I think a lot of people are going to be unaware of what they will be getting. Thoughts, gentlemen? Appreciate you guys greatly. Much love from Portland, Oregon Warzone. Thank you for writing in. This is an interesting component of it, but I think you're kind of overestimating people's ignorance in a way. I think people understand that these things sprout off of a different product, and that if you're restarting the product, you start from its core. I think the bigger problem with the response to it is not going to be from these people. It's just going to be from everyone. You have to understand that like it's going to be insufferable for reasons that you can't even comprehend. What did Nikola Tesla say? Like man-made horrors beyond your comprehension.
Yeah.
It's going to be bad. People are going to be annoying as fuck. But I will say this: it is one of those. I don't like the nitpicky shit. Remember, people were like, there was a video going around of First Light where they were on like a car sequence and they were just running into the guy and he wasn't responding. Like, I'm like, all right, dude, it's like an on rails esque. You're going from point A to point B. But with this game, I feel like you should kind of tear it apart and try to find the seams and see what works and what doesn't. Like, it's the most ambitious and most expensive gaming product of all time. So people should be a little annoying, I think, about it. And I'll be very interested to see how much it stands up to scrutiny. And I think that's going to be the biggest thing that they have to solve for. The scrutiny over the game is going to be enormous.
Yeah. Oh my God. I'll be looking.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see, like, just dicking around with it and seeing, like, Red Dead 2 set a very high expectation, I think, for what they like, the level of ridiculous immersion in the game and like the small things. And that's really impressive in that game. I think when you're in an urban setting with lots more people, it's going to be much more challenging to keep that up. And people will find what's wrong with it. No doubt.
Yeah.
And again, I also believe that's why they're not putting it on PC. There's really no, like, it's cool to have a console experience, but they want the locked experience. They don't want you fucking with it.
Yeah.
No.
Easily.
Yeah, no way. And you know that they're serious about that because they're sacrificing a lot of money at launch for that. They would sell enormous numbers of millions of copies on PC at launch. So they know what they're doing. All of this is a very controlled and orchestrated thing in a way that games typically aren't treated. Because there's no reason to treat $100 million game like that, or a $50 million game like that, or even a $200 or $300 million game. You want to take care of it and treat it well, but you don't need to care for it to this level. But man, they don't want you to see it.
Yeah.
All right. So that's the big news. Go pre-order GTA if you want. I have no idea why you'd pre-order a digital game, but you can do that. Everyone who pre-orders the game right before it comes out will get also, I think it's in the, you get like, Vintage Vice City pack. A collection of items that flash back to when the neon burned brightest. So we will all go back. What is it? Leonida? Is that what it's called? Am I saying that right?
I think so, yeah.
November 19th pre-order, or I'm sorry, preloading begins November 12th. Preloading begins November 12th for the codes in the box as well. So if you buy one of those, open up, surprise. It's an alphanumeric code and you're going to put it into PSN. And it's going to be very exciting for you. I will pre-order it when the preloading begins.
Yeah.
Let's get away from pre-ordering digital games. Dude, I saw for Call of Duty. Now, I don't know how accurate this is because there's probably a bunch of things feeding through it, but for Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4, it said there were like 200 pre-orders on my friends list. I'm like, really?
What are we doing? What are we doing, guys?
Just fucking buy it right before it comes out. I used to pre-order games, so I understand that, but it was physical games. Like your GameStop or your EB would get X amount of copies of games, especially for the obscure fucking Japanese bullshit I was buying. You know?
Yeah.
Like they would probably be the only copy of fucking Tales of Eternia they would get. You know? But now it's like
pre-orders. Yeah. It's insane to do it now. Like it makes it like I used to when I pre-ordered games, it was because I wanted a physical copy to make sure I had. Or I think like early on when I was going all digital, I would pre-order out of a force of habit sometimes, I think, for the first couple years. It's like, oh yeah, I want this game, I'll pre-order it because that's what we did. And then I thought like, there's no real reason to do this, huh?
There really
and now it's just like, if I pre-order now, it's usually like the day before the game comes out. So I'm basically just buying it so I don't have to deal with it later. And there's always like usually some like bits or bobble, like, some pre-order bonus or whatever that comes along with it that I don't normally care about, but I'm like, it's like 2 hours before it goes live. I'll just buy it now. And
yeah, you get the same bonus and the same perk typically. They typically don't take those perks down until the game actually launches. So like, yeah, you give them the money 6 months in advance or 6 hours in advance. The only difference is the early access stuff. That I will go if I think I've only got once or twice. I guess it's twice. And you do that right before the early access begins. Yeah, I just don't want to send them. I mean, it's just me, but I don't want to send them the data that this is like. Yeah,
no, I agree. Yeah,
I don't get it. I don't understand the rush to do that at all. Especially, and people have been bringing this up, and I think it's totally a valid point. It's like PSN's a little dodgy right now. Why don't you? Why don't you wait? Let's see what happens.
Oh man, what are the odds that this thing crashes? Like it's just like this. Do you think it's gonna crash the PSN? Do you think?
Maybe. I mean, dude, just from a security point of view, like I hope Sony understands. Like the time to fuck with them would be then, and it could really fuck their shit up, bad. So hopefully Xbox is on guard for that too. I mean, it's just I don't know what you would do DDoSing and doing all this thing to fucking clog up because it's all digital. People are all going to be downloading the package. The package is going to be hundreds of gigabytes. I wonder, Chris, it's interesting. Remember they used to tell the stories about like Dragon Quest in Japan about how like they had to stop releasing Dragon Quest on weekdays because like people would skip school. So that's why Dragon Quest games come out on Sundays. Or like when Space Invaders came out, they were running out of like 5 yen coins. and shit like that. I wonder if here in the States and in other Western Europe, other places with like mature internet infrastructure, if like it'll be like 15% of American bandwidth today was downloading Grand Theft Auto 6 kind of thing, or like some substantial thing. I think that would be an interesting little news story.
That would be cool.
That would actually be an interesting PR thing for them to seed. Look how big we are.
It's exciting, man. It is
exciting. It is very exciting.
It's the beginning.
No early access either, which I'm not surprised by, just based on their like the secrecy. Although that would be like the way you want to get got.
Yeah,
have that $100 thing give you 3 days early access. Then you'll really fucking get people. But they're not doing it. I give them credit for that. Could be a sign that they're coming close to the wire though with this thing as well.
That is true. It's crazy to me that they're not doing it because like that's a completely sound strategy, I think, if you've got something cool or interesting. Like there's a lot of games that I'm surprised aren't doing it or that haven't done it.
Yeah, me too.
Like, you could have got me.
Yeah.
And you just didn't.
If basically any game that I truly care about, I'll do it at this point.
Yeah.
Like if Mega Man 12 or the new Castlevania game or whatever, if they had, I'd be like, yeah, all right. I mean, I love it. I love it enough to do that. What did I get got with? I got with Saros, and I think there was something else, but I don't remember what it was. And I was happy with both of those things. I was like, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah,
I'm fine with this. I don't feel like I got abused and used in any way.
If Control, I don't know if Control Resonance doing it, but that'll get me. If they had a 3-day early access thing, I would have done that.
Oh, let me see.
Maybe they do.
Yeah, Control 48-hour early access. It's exclusive to PS5. I remember reading that, like that. It's actually only on PS5 that you can do that, which is Sony's so shady.
That is crazy.
All right. Next piece of news is not good news, although it's not surprising news. We knew this was happening, and it seemed like it was going to happen this week. So Sony released a statement from SonyInteractive.com. So you know it's serious. This is on PlayStation blog. It says an update from PlayStation Studios. And I like the URL, by the way. It says an update from PlayStation Studios 2 because there was another update from PlayStation Studios at some point. It says below is an internal email from Herman Hulst, CEO of the studio business group Sony Interactive Entertainment, distributed today to SIE employees. He writes, quote, "Dear team, today I want to share a difficult update regarding Bungie. We have made the decision to reduce Bungie's workforce, affecting a significant number of employees, including most of the Destiny team and some Marathon team members. There are also reductions across the SIE team that support Bungie's operations. Those impacted at Bungie and within SIE are being informed today. This is painful news, especially for talented colleagues whose roles have been eliminated. This decision was made only after extensive discussion and careful consideration, and I want to provide some context on how we arrived here. Over the past several months, together with Bungie leadership, we reviewed the studio's long-term direction, development priorities, resource needs, and role within our broader portfolio strategy. We explored multiple alternatives before concluding that a reduction was necessary to align the studio's resources with its current priorities and long-term goals. As Bungie recently shared in its Destiny 2 update, the studio has begun a new journey following the release of the game's final live service content update. What Bungie has accomplished with Destiny over the past decade has been truly remarkable. The franchise has left a lasting mark on players and the industry, and everyone who contributed to its success should be proud of what they helped create. Marathon remains an important part of our portfolio, and we will continue to support the team as they build on a strong foundation established in Seasons 1 and 2, and as they work on incubation efforts for future projects. While it's too early to discuss, we are encouraged by the creativity and opportunities that lie ahead. Our immediate priority is supporting affected employees through this transition. We are providing transition support and, where possible, working to identify opportunities across SIE and our global network of studios. I want to sincerely thank every affected employee for their hard work, creativity, and contributions to Bungie, SIE, and the broader gaming community. I know today's news is deeply difficult, not only for those leaving, but for those colleagues and friends that remain. Please take the time you need to process the news and support one another. Thank you for your resilience and continued support during this difficult time." So that's that. They don't share numbers, but the word is it's hundreds of people. I would assume it's got to be at least half the staff, right? Or if not more.
Yeah, I would assume.
So a huge bloodletting, not a massive surprise considering, just considering the situation that they were in.
Yeah.
Sam Hammond wrote in and said, "Colin and Chris, my lords, with the recently announced Bungie layoffs, what do you think this means for the future of Marathon and Bungie as a company? My understanding is that the layoffs were primarily focused on the Destiny side of the studio, but I'm sure it doesn't bode well for overall morale. Just recently, they removed Marathon's de facto solo PvE mode, which many players seem to genuinely enjoy, and the community responses have been overwhelmingly negative. Feels like the studio has been stumbling from one controversy to the next. As someone who genuinely loves Bungie and have been having a great time with Marathon, it's a bummer. What do you think is actually going on behind the scenes? Is this the beginning of the end? You'll get deeply into this next week with your Sacred Symbols Plus episode, but let's begin to talk about it now. What are your thoughts here about the layoffs and what the future might hold for this team that you love as well?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate, not surprising. Like you said, this has been rumored for a while and ostensibly basically confirmed for a while now. You're just wondering when it was going to happen and what the exact headcount would be, what teams would be affected. I mean, it would be the Destiny team, but like how much of the Marathon team is affected? I'm curious about that. Yeah, man, it's a bummer. It's a bummer, especially because Destiny 2 is in like the best place it's been in a while. Like I think it's regularly got 100,000 concurrents, I think, on Steam. And Steam is actually, I think, Destiny's like lowest performing platform. So I think it's actually closer to probably like 300K or something. At least as far as like broader player numbers on all platforms goes. So it's like it is I don't know, man. I understand that Destiny is an expensive game to maintain, and I think Marathon's exceptional. I think it's really, really good. But it is confusing to me to see. I guess this is just basically them, or this is basically Sony being like, we don't really want live service anymore, right? This is kind of like, because like if you put it from this perspective, if you have a game like Destiny 2 that is expensive to maintain at its current level, wouldn't you look at like 100K concurrence and see like maybe we could just keep this going for like cheaper instead of focusing on like fair games or something, which in my like just has no shot really of doing even a quarter of that. So like I'm a little confused at their direction, because they seem to have these wheels spinning in live service, but at the same time they're kind of shooting in the foot their only real foothold in that space. And again, it's not to say that Bungie or Destiny has been well managed. It certainly hasn't. But it's a very high quality game that a lot of people are happy with, and I don't think it would demand a lot to keep going and keep making money from, relative to the amount of effort that it would take to spool up something like Fair Games, or even something, or even really retrofitting Marathon to be this load-bearing pillar for the studio that it was never really intended to be. Marathon seems like it was always supposed to be like a thing that was going alongside Destiny, and probably alongside their incubation project that was Gummy Bears, that was since spun off into its own internal SIE studio now. So it's unfortunate, because I think the unfortunate thing about Marathon is that like it's very good, but it's also in a position that it has no business being in, which is like the load-bearing pillar for the studio. And it's not really how it should be looked at either, but it is, because that's the position that it's in. And I don't know. It could be the beginning of the end, which would be a bummer. But I mean, we're in, I don't want to say unprecedented times, because it's not necessarily true, but everything's harder now, man. Everything's expensive. Nothing's going particularly well as far as like, budgets exploding and costs rising. It's getting to the point now where even great games are not good enough. And that, I think, is like, that's going to keep going. I think it was a while back now that it got to the point where good games weren't good enough. Now great games are not good enough. Now it's just the highest performing, lowest cost. So indie and quadruple A basically are like all you have. You have your Wolverines and your Intergalactics, and then you have like your Peaks, or like your what is it, your friend slop kind of success stories, or like Balatros or something like that. Like this middle area that exists for novel kind of experimental, relatively high budget things is just kind of like, I don't know. I think it's just kind of going away. It's a bummer, because that's my favorite shit, I think. But
yeah,
what do you think?
It's funny, Chris, because I was trying to think of an analogy of like Bungie with me and you. It's like having a mutual friend, or like knowing a mutual person, and one of us really likes him, right? And one of them is like, this guy kind of is annoying me and like kind of ruining our friend group, or whatever weird, right, clumsy analogy. Wherein I feel like I'm talking shit about a friend's friend. You know what I mean? And that, if that makes any sense, that's basically.
I would agree with probably most of the stuff that you would say about it.
Yeah, I know. I know you and other people really, really and other people really care about Bungie and really care about Destiny, or cared about Destiny, and Marathon's obviously. I think Marathon's really cool. In fact, if they do a free weekend with Marathon when they release that new PvE thing, I'm not going to pay for it without trying it first, but I'll definitely do it. Because because I think the gameplay in the world looks awesome, and I love first person shooters. So, I it's almost like, what is there left to even say about this? This was an awful idea to get involved in this, and it was from the beginning. And Sony did itself no favors. There's this whole part of Bungie, this whole part of talking about Bungie, wherein like it seems like they fleeced Sony.
I think that's true.
I don't know. I think that's true too, but I don't know that I blame them. That happens in mergers and acquisitions all the time, and it's up to the acquirer to not get fucking fleeced, especially when you're Sony.
Yeah, because I think Microsoft actually didn't, right? Like I remember a story like Microsoft was in talks to, like, when they were looking for a buyer, or when Bungie was looking for a buyer, Microsoft like didn't want it because I think they knew or something, or like they looked into it deeper,
right?
Or which is crazy because they were looking for everybody.
It seemed like it seemed like multiple entities were sniffing around, and like it's the scuttlebutt. Who knows what's true and what's not? But it seems like Sony might have purchased this thing without really doing due diligence, like true due diligence about what they were buying. And like they felt, I think, cornered into needing to make a move. And I think they felt like they needed to acquire a shortcut to get to where their single player apparatus that makes these amazing single player games got there naturally. It took a lot of time, but it happened. They felt like they had no time, and they had to engineer a shortcut. But it goes to that old Nintendo quote that I bring up sometimes about Iwata, I think, talking about how like they don't acquire teams really because like you can't just buy Nintendo. You have to be and become Nintendo. And Sony it is the only thing I can say now is that like I hope they learn their lesson. It was a very expensive lesson. Firewalk and Haven make it way worse, but the Bungie really is like the lesson that I hope they're like, just don't do that again. It's not to say that when mergers and acquisitions become applicable to you in some future sense that you don't want to look into it. I think Arrowhead actually would have been maybe a sensible team to buy. They just are probably not interested. It's like, just stay away. Don't do that again. And I think they rushed into this marriage that they gave Bungie all this leverage over them from the very beginning. I remember us talking about it back in 2022, where it was like, what is this? Like the whole letter Bungie wrote where they're almost like, it almost sounded like they didn't give a fuck. They're like, no, we're not changing at all. Nothing we do is ever changing. But now Sony has bought us and all this kind of stuff. And slowly, I think Bungie, it's hard to know what to blame Bungie for. And it's hard to know what to blame Sony for. Because really, when you buy Bungie, it's like, well, why didn't you buy them with the idea to greenlight a Destiny 3 or to have like a big project? Like, it's true that I think that there were going to be these like smaller projects like Marathon and Gummy Bears, but based on the team sizes, it was never going to be their big project. So it's almost like these guys have just been going for years now under Sony without a new big thing. It's just like, where is the management? Where is the direction and the guidance and the counsel about like what we should do with this talent and this team? It's just, I'll reiterate that it's crazy that Herman Holst remains in his position with this happening. And it's crazy that they bungled a truly talented team that just really didn't have the guidance or cohesion necessary to do what they needed to do. And when I read his letter and he says like, we explored different options. One of the things that I was wondering is like, and I bet you they did explore this, though it makes zero financial sense, is what if they just became a support studio while we figured this out? Like we need help on, they can do shit with Intergalactic. They can work on all this different stuff in the meantime. They already have Valkyrie and other internal kind of hires for higher studios to kind of keep costs down. But the problem with that is you're not keeping costs down by using Bungie in that regard. It's like the antithesis of what you do with contract work. They're like in Washington State. They're one of the most expensive teams probably in the entire industry. So you don't offload shit to them. So no real move made any sense other than Sony going, we're going to eat enormous amounts of shit for a while, and we're going to give you $500 million, and you'll get what it doesn't have to be Destiny, but like the next big thing. But I think they're just unwilling to do it. And I think that if you're unwilling to do that, then you really have to ask yourself what the fucking purpose of this was to begin with. And so, of course, if you were unwilling to invest the amount of money to make a Destiny style game, which is going to be incredibly expensive, then you really have to go back to point one and be like, well, then we just absorbed this team for no reason. And the other thing I think is that they might be afraid at this point that spending money and even making revenue through Bungie in the midterm will, and certainly in the short term, will hurt their ability to take impairments, because they've not written down anywhere near the full cost of this thing. And that's going to help them on their taxes in the years to come. So there is some sort of balancing act to be had with that too. But
yeah,
so I don't know, man. It's a complicated issue. We've gone over and over and over again. I don't think any of the fundamentals have changed. I just think Bungie's in trouble. Like he was asking, like, what is this the beginning of the end? I'm like, maybe. I mean, the honest answer is maybe. Yeah, maybe it is. I think a lot of this requires, like, Marathon needs to hold on in a meaningful way, and they got to get this next thing going. And we gotta. We're not going to know about it for years, but they have to be confident behind the scenes that they're going to do something, or this team will be gone, I think.
Yeah. And I want to be clear. Like, I really love Bungie's output. I think their output is fantastic. I don't think they've made a bad game probably in my entire life. But it is a company. Like, if the company goes away, it is what it is. Like, that happens all the fucking time. It'll be a bummer for like maybe a couple hours. I don't know. I think people are too attached to a lot of different entities in this space.
I think so too.
And if they went out tomorrow and they were like, Bungie's over, I'd be like, okay, good. That is what it is. I mean, it's not good for the people involved. That sucks. But Marathon's fantastic, and I'd rather that be the last thing that they put out than, like, fucking, I don't know, some piece of shit.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I don't know. All I know for sure is that, like, Sony went about this completely wrong. I don't know why you would. And again, the fair game's in the room, man. Like, I just don't. What is your what is your strategy for fair games if you're continuing to do that?
Break in.
Like, if you have this team, like, it's an expensive team. I really think you could keep Destiny running for like a fraction of what they spent spending on it, really, because the foundation is really there. All you have to do is keep adding, like, this new update that came out is barely anything. It's just a bunch of, like, quality of life fixes, and people are all over it. There's, like, some new things, but it's not expansion tier stuff. And so you look at that, and, like, you have, like, a bunch of new people coming in. You have a bunch of returning players coming in, 100K concurrently for weeks, which is nothing. It's not nothing. And it's like, I don't know. I just kind of don't know where their heads are at, really. And that's not to say that Bungie is, like, blameless or whatever. Again, like, their executives fleeced Sony for sure. Like, I think they inflated a lot of their incubation projects. I think they were bought at the right time when money was cheap. So there's a lot of things that go into this. But I just don't understand why you would continue to invest in fair games if Destiny, doing what it's doing with no update at all, damn near, isn't enough. Because fair games is not cracking 100K. I would be.
Oh my God, no way.
I would be fucking flummoxed if that happened.
That's not
and I would gladly eat my words. Like, God bless him if they figure that out. But, like, I just do not see that happening at all.
I just don't think there's anything they can really do to the game at this point, based on, like, what people have been talking about, Project Hearts and Project Cafe or whatever. It's like these are just kind of small iterative versions of the same game. I think that's what the whole break-in thing is. They're going to try to rebrand it, but it's going to it'll be like Kill the Justice League's year delay. It's going to be the same thing. There's nothing you can do. What are you going to do? You have to.
Also,
like,
is it? Also, what is it? It's break-in now.
Yeah,
right?
break-in with and I like people writing it with, like, the euro symbol. Like
right.
By the way, this means nothing. I've said this a million times, so people are probably tired of hearing it. I think fair games and break-in are both dope names. That's what the shame is like, you should have just kept the game at fair games, because break-in is a dope name. You could have saved that for something else. Instead, you gave this project two cool names.
Yeah, that's a wild way to look at it. That's funny, though. Yeah, I don't know what their strategy is, man. It just kind of seems like it's all over the place and not really thought out. And that seems to be the MO really of Sony lately, especially in this live service space where they've just completely fucked up. Almost in every conceivable way. Their most successful IP is one that they just refuse to. Yeah, it was what was it? Helldivers, and they have no real stake in that, really.
Yeah, they own the IP, but not the developer, and they'll have a hard time. They're not; those guys are not going to make another Helldivers game. I don't think so.
No.
Maybe they will, but yeah, something I'm fascinated by the Arrowhead relationship with Sony because it doesn't. I don't know very much about it, but it seems like there's a culture misalignment between these two entities, and that's shocking to me since Arrowhead has been with Sony forever. I mean, the original Helldivers is a fucking PS3 game. I'll remind everyone.
Yeah.
And Vita and PS4. They might have cut the PS3 version actually at some point. Anyway. Yeah, we'll see what happens with Bungie. I'm neither optimistic or pessimistic about Marathon. Like I think Marathon's doing its thing and I think that could be a thing. I don't think we have any insight into the console numbers. I don't know if they're good, but we don't have the full picture of Marathon. And they're not going to talk shit about it. Like one day we might wake up and they're going to be like, Marathon's done. And they're not going to like tip their hand. What I don't want to see, you know what I was thinking about recently? What you don't want to see out of them is the Callisto Protocol guys. Remember when they were like dying, so they like made this game that people liked. It was called like Redacted or something like that. It was like a twin stick shooter or something like that. And like or like what happened with Lawbreakers. And
right.
It's like you got to just know when to quit. You can't put out this new thing that you're hoping will work or something. Like you got to have a good idea. It's got to be Bungie. It's got to be big and connected. And you and I discussed this. What about a single player game? I mean, it would be.
Yeah, I mean, I would love that personally.
It would be cheaper and not to be too on the nose with it. Sony could help them. Not that they really need it, but they haven't made a single player game in many years. So maybe they would. And that could be a better marriage of great gameplay and mechanics with Sony's expertise and their ability to help them motion capture and do all those kinds of things. Might be a thing to invest in. But again, Bungie's expensive, dude. It's just an expensive studio. Didn't they also have a new building? Like,
I don't know.
Too long ago, and like, so that thing's probably fucking empty.
Yeah, I don't know.
I would love to know their burn rate. Now even it's probably extraordinary. I would imagine even with these cuts, Sony is losing money on them. I don't think that's
probably.
I think it was just probably egregious, and they probably didn't want to cut everyone loose until they realized they weren't going to get anything going, because then you would have to hire a bunch of new people, which might actually benefit them because they'd probably be able to get cheaper. I think it's a coin flip whether Bungie survives the next couple of years.
I think so too.
And we make fun of. I think maybe Microsoft has given more grief than this than anyone, but like buying teams and then snuffing them out. EA obviously is a great, but I don't think you blame this one on Sony too much. Although you can, because they should have never been involved in this at all. And I wonder what would happen. Like I wonder what would have happened to Bungie. The word from people that worked there was like they were in deep trouble. Like even at that time, like they weren't going to be able to sustain the operation the way it was in any respect if they didn't get a buyer. So I don't know.
Yeah,
man. I don't know.
I wonder too if it would have been better if there was just a more honest evaluation of the company. Like how would that have affected it? If they weren't bought for 0.6 billion, but if they were bought for just like a more reasonable acquisition price,
it'd be totally different.
Which means for this is again, if that is the case, if the evaluation price is really the big thing where it's just like we just spent $3.6 billion, we gotta trim because we're losing money, then a lot of this lies at the hands of the C-suite.
Yeah,
that negotiated these deals and saying like, oh, we got like 7 incubation projects and they're all huge. You know, it's just like you lied and you fucked over the studio. You got your golden parachute.
I wonder
for what?
Yeah, I wonder. Like
greed, man, just bothers the hell out of me.
Yeah, I just like it seems. I don't want. I this is more of a Hogue question, but it's like it almost seems illegal if that's like really what happened. You know, where it's like you would think Sony, if that was true, you would think Sony would make a big fucking deal about like that we were materially misled. And I wonder if they're just trying to make lemonade out of lemons, where they're like, we have this deeply distressed asset. We got to make the best of it. Throwing them under the bus is not going to make us look good for other people that we do M&A with. But at that point, it's like, well, but you just like, that's a lot of money for Sony. $3.6 billion for Microsoft is like a complete irrelevance. Right. It's not true for Sony at all. It's, as we've argued, I think you can make the argument that was more than every studio acquisition combined up to that point, which is, and again, 215 million or something for Insomniac. It's like, Jesus God. Yeah. And you were saying like a more reasonable price based on what Bungie it really became and like was under its shell. You're talking about, in my opinion, in the hundreds of millions of dollars, like maybe 10% or 15% of what Sony paid. You know, because it's so deeply distressed. It's like, cool, you get the IP and the team, but like, you're in a lot of trouble. It's not like you're getting this vibrant thing that's going to catapult you.
Yeah, I think literally around the price, maybe a little more, maybe slightly more, given live service and the potential for profitability over long periods of time over recycled content. Probably around the same price as Insomniac, or maybe a little bit more, but like certainly not like, I don't know, man. I've said this before, but like even Bungie at like peak Halo 3 when everything was really insane, I still don't think that's like $1 billion. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like I just don't. Maybe. I mean, what the fuck do I know? I guess, but like it doesn't strike me in layman's. The vibes are off with that, to say it simply.
By the way, the footnote timing is so fucked up already that I might as well have not even been keeping track of them at all. Like awesome. It's worse for what I'm doing than like you just listening and figuring it out yourself. Well, before the layoff news broke this morning, I did have another Bungie story on here that I just thought I'd put in that was a little more feel good. I guess it doesn't really make much sense now, but this comes from gamesindustry.biz. I thought it was interesting. They wrote, Bungie devs reportedly pitched Destiny dating game. The project was ever only a prototype, but management didn't want romance or silliness. So they write briefly, quote, staff at Bungie apparently pitched the idea of making a dating game based on its smash hit sci-fi shooter Destiny. That's according to former community manager Liana Rupert, who responded to a post on Twitter from a fan asking for a dating sim. She said that some developers actually made one, but management was against the idea, saying nobody wanted romance or silliness. She says, quote, it was very Dream Daddy inspired. It was fun getting to be a small part of it, end quote. Former senior narrative designer Robert Brooks provided some extra color, saying that this was made during the Carnival event at Bungie, where developers had a week to make fun prototypes. He explained, quote, it was never a full-fledged project. That said, we did pitch this as a full-fledged project every year. Myself and two other narrative team members who both came from romance game design had an entire pitch deck for one complete with costs and real hard metrics on returns. Never got anywhere, end quote. Bungie recently announced that work on Destiny 2 would come to an end shortly, with Bloomberg saying that a significant number of staff could be made redundant. Well, we already know what happened there. So what do you think of that? I mean, they were talking about this Carnival thing. That's obviously a game jam or a dev jam of some sort, where you're seeing, is there any special sauce that you can get going in some sort of weird way? That's kind of a cool idea. I wonder if that would have been the salvation for Destiny, was not the dating sim itself, but just expanding out what Destiny was. And I know they tried to do that with the phone game, and you know, it's kind of what Riot is trying to do, or has tried to do with League of Legends. It's kind of almost necessary. Would you have played a dating sim?
No, I'm not a dating sim person. Like I don't even really care for like romance in games that a lot of people care about romance in. Like RP. Like I don't. If I'm playing an RPG, I'm not thinking like, oh, what are my romance options? You know, every time I play, I was, because Derek's a big Mass Effect fan, and we were talking. I can't remember, on some episodes of Star Trek, we were talking about like which partner we chose or whatever. And I remember being like, I had a job to do. I had to save the galaxy.
Right.
I don't got time to be trifling. But I mean, like, it is a weirdly like big thing for a lot of people, especially in RPGs. It is something that is kind of underserved. And I know Warframe has like, you can get married and shit in Warframe.
I know, yeah, that's a big one.
Well, like, there is something to be said about that. That is a thing that fans do like and are interested in. I don't know if it would have moved the needle or anything. It wouldn't have made Destiny less appealing to me if more more styles of play or like more aspects of RPG game design were a part of it, but wouldn't have spoke to me really. Dating sims are weird. Like they're bigger than makes sense to me that they are. Like I don't really understand it personally, but there's so many of them that like there has to be something that people latch onto about these things. And there's certainly characters in Destiny where I'm like, people would. I could see this being a thing.
What about we brought up Dust 514 recently. What about the reverse Dust 514? Destiny making an EVE Online, right? Like that, like not something that deep and complicated, but something that's about the interplanetary commerce, travel, space, like ship to ship battles, that kind of thing, deploying people to the surface like they did in Dust 514. Maybe that would have been a cool way to buff it out a little bit.
I've long thought that like there should have been like contractors making like Destiny tactics and shit.
Yeah, that would have been super cool.
And it's such an relative to how big the IP is. It's like so astonishingly unmined in a way that kind of baffles me. They kind of understood it with Halo a little bit. They had Halo Wars and these other things. It was like they were smart in some ways, but like I'm just like I don't know. This wouldn't have appealed to me though.
Well, interesting little story. I follow Liana Rupert on Twitter. She's very open about her time there. It would be fun to talk to her about it. I don't know how she's so open actually about it, but I don't know all the details.
Reach out.
I should. Yeah, I should. I think I might have DM'd with her once, but I don't know. I'll go look. All right, we have some God of War Laufey, right? That's how we decided it was said.
I think it's Laufey.
Laufey. Jesus Christ. This is a whole new Yote thing. It's going to take me at least 2 months. Yotai, because I call it Yotai for like forever. And then it just snaps, and then you just get it like that.
Yeah, EI is A, AI is I.
Right, great.
As far as I understand, I only know that because of Dragon Ball.
That's wonderful.
Because there's so many Budokais and like Kai and all that stuff.
That's wonderful. So
that's wonderful.
Jason Schreier, a journalist from Bloomberg, has been releasing these videos, been doing very well on YouTube. You see the numbers, and you're like, "Why haven't I been doing this forever?" You know, like this is a great way to. This is a great Jim Ryan-esque virtuous cycle between your Bloomberg work and your stuff. Like people like me get to make money off of your reporting. You should just make money off of your reporting.
Right. Yeah.
So he put up a video and he said something in there that got picked up by the Gaming Leaks and Rumors Reddit. It says, quote, he says at some point, quote, I wouldn't be surprised if God of War Laufey gets announced for February or March 2027 pretty soon. So it seems like he understands that from his understanding, the game is going to come out Q1. I love that if true, and I believe them, because they're really keeping it close to their vest and not really showing very much of it until recently, which is cool. So less than a year. I would have even like more time, like get through Wolverine and then announce that thing's coming out in March. That would be kind of cool. And that comes on the back of an interview that Backlot Magazine, cgmagonline.com, did with Deborah Ann Woll, who plays the protagonist in Laufey. And she talks about a bunch of other things. I was reading a bit about her because I don't know much about her. She's a pretty big actress. Like she was one of the main actresses in True Blood, which I didn't realize. And
yeah, she's in Daredevil.
And Daredevil, yeah, for all these years, which is cool.
That's what I know her from. I never watched any True Blood, but yeah, she's huge.
So she talks about all that stuff, but deep in here, there is a conversation about God of War. And Deborah Ann Woll, when she's asked about it, says, I'm so freaking excited. Now, I wonder if you read this the same way. Do you feel like this is planned PR planting? She says, well, I'll describe what she said, because I was like, this is interesting. Like, I don't know why. Like, it's cool. It could be off the cuff, but it feels like you were told to say this. She said, oh my God, I can't tell you. I still pinch myself. You know, again, I've known about this for nearly 10 years and I haven't been able to talk about it. And then, so she opens with that. And then she says, nearly. The guy says 10 years. And she says, nearly. He pitched it to me in 2018 and they had and he's talking about Corey. She's talking about Corey. And they had known about it before then. It's wild. Like when Corey brought me in to talk about doing Ragnarok and show me the 2018 game, he already had a poster for the Laufey game with me and a cube that's been there since the beginning. It's deeply part of the lore. Like to me, I'm like, that's so on the nose, like media trained.
Kind of on the nose, yeah.
I don't want to. She's an actress, and that's what I love about these interviews. Is like you're not talking to a normal person. You're talking to a person that can play a bunch of different roles and does it very convincingly. And I'm not saying she's even saying anything wrong or bad. I'm just saying it's so on the nose because the whole argument about it is like, what is this game? Why are you doing this game? What's with the fucking cube? And their answer has been like, or the answer regarding this is like, it's been in, like, it was pitched to me before Ragnarok was even in development. And the cube was in the art in the beginning, you know, like that. I don't know. Maybe I might be being totally unfair to this.
It is kind of crazy. I do believe it though. Like I do like, because there's an interview, I don't remember where, it might have been IGN, where Barlog was on a panel with a bunch of people. I think Alana was on it too. And I think she brings up like, you should make Faye a playable protagonist. And I think he looks as if he's like, he gives a look where I'm like, oh, they were definitely talking about this, or like they definitely had planned it. The cube thing is funny because like I totally believe that's something like, I totally believe that is something that Cory Barlog would be weirdly obsessive about. Like that seems like
it's gotta have the cube.
Like there's something about like that because it's weird. You know what it is? It's the same reason why I think God of War 2018 works at all, because it's like, it's a weird idea that shouldn't work. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, hey, here's Kratos. He's going to raise a kid and it's going to be sad. And he's going to be introspective and it's going to be, don't you want that out of God of War? And everybody's like, no. And then it comes out and people are like, oh, this is pretty good. I could see Cory Barlog being like, you know what? We're going to have a fucking cube. And that's like got its roots in D&D and stuff. Like, I don't know what real mythology it's pulled from, but it is definitely a D&D thing. And they're D&D nerds over there. And I could see it's like, let's put a fucking cube in this game. And then people are like, that's dumb, Cory. And it's like, I know. You know what I mean? Like, it strikes me as I could see that being true.
I like,
but
it is funny the how cube, personally.
The cube bothers me, but I also don't, I do kind of, I'm fully expecting, by the time I'm done with the game to come around on the cube. Like it strikes me as one of those things where it's just like, all right, I'm sure I'll be sad when it gets hurt or something towards the end or something. Especially because it's Jack Quaid and he's just kind of endearing.
I love how upset people are that they motion captured him. Like it's like something that is like deeply annoying to people. Like it's funny as fuck. And
if you don't know how modern performance capture works, I also like when you look at that, you think the first thing you think of is like, how hard could it? Do you really need this? But they're on stage. They're
spatial. It's spatial, and like his voice is being picked up and stuff. So it's like, yeah, there's more to it than that. But I think it's hysterical how mad people are so mad about it.
Because on the face of it, it does look ridiculous. Like, what do you mean you can't just like? Why is he wearing that ridiculous like wireframe cube like costume? It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. It makes sense. I understand why they do it, but it looks so dumb.
I love the idea of Cory being so obsessed with the cube, like as a conception that, like, you know, Herman and Scott Rhodey and those guys go and he's like, all right, we got 3 pitches. And like each pitch ultimately includes like a cube. And they're like, Cory, what is with the fucking cube? Like after like like during the third one, they're like, so he's like going into it and they're like, all right. So and then the cube cat and they're like, all right, Cory, wait, what's with the fucking cube? You know? And so like no matter what they chose, they were going to get the cube character in there. And you're right. I said it when I first saw it. It's deeply D&D, and I love that about it. But it must be connected to some sort of shit I don't understand. And I don't know. The more I've thought about the game, the more I'm like, I think they just didn't. I think they did it a little dirty with the way they showed it. I think we all understand it's probably going to be pretty excellent. I just think,
it's not a good way to. It's not a good first impression of a video game.
Not at all.
I think, especially when you lead it with 20 minutes of gameplay. I understand that that's literally true, but it's not like spiritually true. Like when you say game, like 20 minutes of gameplay, people are expecting like the real meat and potatoes of what the game is, not like the actual 20 minutes of unbroken play, which we all understand in video games has lulls and, you know, things that aren't inherently interesting. What they showed for God of War Laufey should have been the second time we saw it.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's like a state of play style deep dive with commentary. Yeah, I'm not crazy about what it's. I don't know that it really matters. It seems like people are really excited about it. I think it's going to do very well, and I think if they just keep the momentum going, like Tokon, Wolverine, and then right in GTA obviously, and then right into that, and then you're off to the races for like hopefully a strong, potentially final year of PS5 as we know it. I mean, it's not going to be PS5's final year, but
yeah,
not even close.
I mean, dude, if it really does come out Q1 2027 and we first saw it in summer of this year, that's good. That's what I want more of.
That's perfect. Yeah, it's perfect.
Like I don't want enough of this. Like 4 years of waiting after a teaser trailer. Like I'm over it. I get that those things are done typically to attract talent for new IP. I get it. Avoid it if you can, for my sake.
All right.
Do it for me.
Do it specifically for Chris. We need you to do more things for him.
It's that Simpsons thing where it's all the Maggie. Was it do it for her or whatever?
Yeah, do
it for me.
All right, just a few more things. I saw this pop up and was pleased about it. JP wrote in and said, "Hey Goyim, A-Full Games, a Brazilian shovelware studio. Good for what'd you say?"
I don't like that at all. That word there's something about that word that it feels weird to hear.
It's the Jewish or it's the Hebrew word for like non-Jewish people, right? Isn't that?
Yeah, but it's like why is there a word for like it feels weird that there's a word for that.
Yeah,
it feels like you're calling me swarthy or something.
Goyim,
you know what I mean? Like
or Hebrew and Yiddish. In modern usage, it is standard Jewish term for a non-Jewish person, equivalent to the English word Gentile. All right.
I guess I don't know, man.
He says, a Brazilian shovelware studio, A-Full Games, AFIL, confirmed that all of its games are being removed from the PlayStation Store. The studio has released over 140 games on PS4 and PS5. Do you think PlayStation will slowly continue to remove entire libraries from shovelware developers? When do you think they'll tackle the never-ending coming soon section that's filled with AI garbage that will never release? Thanks for all you do. I'll go to Antichrist Enjoyer Peter Thiel's secret conference and listen. I saw that about Peter Thiel that he's got there was like some weird people on the list too where I'm like, what?
Oh, are you talking about like that weird list of that secret?
Yeah, it's like a secret email list or something with about the end of the world or something.
Yeah, and it's real.
Yeah, it's real.
It's so crazy. There's like a 2014 invitation to Jeffrey Epstein that never went out. Dude, it's insane. But the only thing I know about Peter Thiel really is that oh my God, what's his name? Tim Dillon.
I love Tim Dillon.
He had like a bit on Rogan where he was talking about like, why is this guy like he has two special interests. It's building autonomous drones and the Antichrist.
Oh man,
crazy. But
so this story is true. A-Full Games or AFIL Games, a Brazilian studio, releasing shovelware on PlayStation Network. Delistedgames.com, which we cite when these things happen, has them as at 87 games. They're across PS4 and PS5 though, so I assume the 140 or whatever games that some people are citing are just the stacks of games across platforms. So 87 is nowhere near as egregious as some of the others that they've taken down, but this is, I think, the 6th or 7th shovelware developer that has reported that Sony's basically like, you're done. And I tweeted this out because I was like, we give, as we already have on the show, give Sony so much grief, and we gave Sony a lot of grief about this over the years, but they are finally doing something. Like they really are doing something about it, and you gotta give them credit for it. Like I'm pretty sure thousands of games have been removed from the PSN because of this over time. They're getting to the smaller guys now. The AI stuff is different, and that needs to be taken care of too. But I don't even want to get lost in the mix of like, sometimes there are just shitty looking games or whatever. And I'm like, that's not even what I'm worried about. I'm worried about these slop farms. That's different. It's different. I was like, have your shitty game every once in a while. That's fine. But this egregious shit that they were doing and with the trophy system is fucked up. And there's something else I want to say too, Chris, which is you're welcome. Because who was bitching more about this for years? Years. And by the way, it's true. Someone tweeted about me because they know how bitter I am about. Like I had Adam Boyes, who was at PlayStation at the time, was on Kind of Funny, and he came and we had a debate about this. This was like early in the PS4's era, like 4th year of PS4. And I was making the argument then. I'm like, dude, the store is overrun with garbage. You guys need to do something about it. And someone's like, so I guess you won the debate with Adam Boyes. And I'm like, yeah, I guess I was just way too early. That was so quaint. If we can go back to that PlayStation Network in terms of the storefront, man, I would do it in a heartbeat. So goodbye, RIP bozos. And you could still get their games apparently on Xbox One, Xbox Series, Steam, and Switch, according to them, because those platforms don't care, I guess. But hopefully those platforms will come to care too. There's like almost euphoria in the PlayStation Trophy ecosystem over this shit. And what we're waiting for now is for PSN profiles to readjust the leaderboards, which is going to it's going to be like the most chaotic and like, it's going to be a day of great upheaval on PSN profiles. Because I think they're talking about doing that and people are going to get so pissed. Because dude, there are dudes with like 10,000 platinum trophies. And it's like that. You have to listen, I'm a trophy guy. I love trophies. Everyone knows that. I make no secret of it, but I like earning them. It's not about the cumulative number. It's about collecting the things that you've done. And so I have 212 platinum trophies, I think. And that's a lot. That's like the top 0.1% or something of people on PSN. To have 10,000 platinum trophies, you have to play multiple games a day and get the platinums in them. It's the corniest, stupidest shit. And the leaderboard adjustments that will happen on PSN profiles are going to be awesome. Oh my God, it's going to be awesome. And shout out to PSN profiles, by the way, because I don't know if you remember, I used to bitch about it too. And then they took my advice. And I think it was me directly that they were inspired by, although I could be wrong, where I was like, you guys should start hiding these games on your back end. Like you're scraping the PSN, you're getting all this information and then just mark them as shovelware. And they did. And I think that was kind of the beginning of the end for this stuff on PSN, which is good. So we fought back and we won. All right. Final two pieces of news here, Chris, are both related to business, and I just wanted we do a little business. We're businessmen doing business.
All right.
And I wanted to talk a little bit about what's going on here with this. So Reuters, the newswire, reports the following. They say Kadokawa, Japan's Elden Ring powerhouse, faces battle over CEO at shareholder meeting. They write, quote, Kadokawa, the Japanese firm behind the dark epic Elden Ring video game franchise, is now facing a nightmare of its own. An activist shareholder who wants its CEO gone, wielding a big stake and proxy advisor support. The showdown will take place at Wednesday's annual general meeting. So this was yesterday from when we're recording, and I've not seen any reporting on it since, and is being closely watched by investors in Japan, where activist shareholders have scored some significant wins as authorities pile pressure on companies to improve returns and corporate governance. In one camp, there is Takeshi Natsuno, 61 and CEO since 2021, but under attack for declining profitability. He may have history on his side after garnering 90% of shareholder support at last year's AGM. Natsuno has also been backed by the company's board, which says removing him would create uncertainty while the company is trying to carry out reforms. Natsuno is facing off against Hong Kong-based Oasis Management, one of the most active activist investors in Japan. Oasis, which says it has been engaging with Kadokawa since 2020, is now the firm's largest shareholder, with a 13.76% stake. While Elden Ring, a collaboration between veteran game director Hidetaka Miyazaki and Game of Thrones author George R.R. Martin, has been a massive success, Natsuno has been criticized for failing to capitalize on it. The 2022 action role-playing game is published by Kadokawa unit Fromsoft in Japan, but by Bandai Namco overseas. That arrangement has led to material profit leakage, says Oasis. Oasis is not alone in thinking it's time for a new person at the helm. While it may seem time, the proxy report says, quote, while it may take time to find a replacement for Natsuno, this is a challenge worth accepting. And then they write, though a drop in shareholder support from 90% to below 50% would be extraordinary, some market participants say it could happen given the firm's poor performance. So the basic argument here, as they note, is that Kadokawa logged an equity of just 0.5% last year compared to 9.5% the year ending March 2022. So what they're arguing is like they just had their best-selling game by far, by a mile. And they're actually not really doing that great as a result because they haven't capitalized on it. That's where I think Night Rain comes from, and why they might be a little cagey and seem honestly a little cagey about Dustbloods. Like to me, I think that's kind of getting to the point of being a little weird. So there's not too much more to say about this. You can say anything you want about it, of course, but this is interesting because if you read what they're basically saying is that they probably should be self-publishing. And I think that's probably true. They seem very comfortable with Bandai Namco, but you kind of wonder why. And so we'll see what happens in the future with them. But it is a good point. Elden Ring was a real high point, and Elden Ring 2, whenever that comes out, is going to be a huge game. But could they have done more? I guess so. That's what they're saying.
Yeah. I don't know. I think if you have a success like that, you're always going to be like, damn, we could have reaped a lot more of this. So it's easy to say that, but then you put something else out and it's not. Like Elden Ring is unique even among Souls games as far as its like wide appeal and its massive success. It's definitely spread to other Souls games in the wake of Elden Ring's success. I think other games people have delved back into the catalog a little bit more, but we all figured Elden Ring would be successful. I don't think any of us anticipated the degree.
Oh, no way.
Maybe Dustin. Maybe he was a little bit more clued in, but I certainly wasn't expecting that degree of success. I wasn't expecting that degree of what do you call it when so it's just like something escapes.
Yeah, like get like yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
Penetration, I guess. I wasn't expecting I didn't expect to hear like uncles and aunts ask me what Elden Ring was. Like that was not something that I would have anticipated. So or even just like the platinum rate, for Elden Ring is insane. So like all of that is insane. It also was not guaranteed before that. So I mean, I don't know if you could really like it. So you made a good call, I think, generally. Bandai Namco seems to be a good partner, but now that you have this thing, now that you've exploded, yeah, maybe you don't need them.
Yeah, it's like I'm trying to see here.
The Dustbloods thing is weird, also.
Yeah, Dustbloods is their first. Dustblood is their first self-published game. So that's interesting. So they are starting to, I think, embrace that. You do have to ask yourself, they seem risk averse. A lot of Japanese publishers or developers seem like they, Platinum's another example, although Platinum's nowhere near From's pedigree at this point, but like they seem to be happy to be like to kind of defray costs. And instead it's really like, you should probably just publish Elden Ring 2 yourself. Bandai Namco is like extremely lucky that they'll grovel for all your games.
Do they own the IP?
Yeah, From owns Kadokawa, I believe, owns the IP. I think Bandai Namco just works with them on it because, and their relationship obviously goes back to Dark Souls, and I think there's probably a level of loyalty there because they kind of came in when Sony bailed on them, and they've been with them really ever since. I think, well, obviously they did Bloodborne together and all that, and then of course Sekiro was with Activision, but basically everything else was with Bandai. So. Yeah. They should consider it. I'm sure there are other issues too. I was doing a little bit of research. It's interesting because if you read a little bit later in the Reuters article, they remind us that, and I forgot about this, that there was a time in 2024, and we reported on it on the show at the time, that Sony was in talks to buy Kadokawa. Do you remember that? And then it just didn't go through, but Sony ended up getting 10% of Kadokawa. So there's like some weird shit going on where, and this is where I think the Reuters article gets a little disingenuous actually, is Kadokawa is this publicly traded corporation. They have like 5,000 employees, and then they have a bunch of verticals. And their big vertical, I think, is actually Kadokawa Future Publishing. That's like all the manga and tabletop games and all the shit and all that rest. And then they have a bunch of film and TV and anime stuff, and that's where like Nico and all that. They even have a tourism thing. It's dude, I think I wrote it in my notes. Oh, I didn't write the full name. They have like an anime tourism bureau, basically, like where people go to Japan to like tour important places in the anime industry, and like not only where they're made, but also like locations where these things take place or whatever. So I thought that was interesting. But in games, they have a whole game vertical, and they own Acquire, which you and I love. They made Tenchu back in the day, and they make Way of the Samurai and Shinobito, and they're like a Square Enix kind of co-developer now. They worked on all the Octopath games, and then they own Spike Chunsoft, so that's like Danganronpa and a bunch of anime stuff, Steins Gate and Shiren and all the rest. And then they own 70% of From. So they're the majority holder of From, but they don't own all of it. And this is where it gets interesting. So Oasis got 14% of Kadokawa, but none of From Software. Sony has 10% of Kadokawa and 14% of From Software. So a cumulative 24% of the company, I guess, so almost a quarter of voting shares. And then Tencent owns 7%, which we're going to talk about in a minute. So this is a little messy. I think, if anything, PlayStation should be, and I'm not saying as exclusives, I'm just saying PlayStation should be publishing the games, if anything, for them. At least like remove one barrier and get a little closer to the home company. But they have things to think about. And I was also reading about Oasis Management. They're kind of a small hedge fund. They only have $14 billion in assets. I mean, that's a lot of money, but it's not a huge fund. And they only have 50 employees. And I was looking at the other things they invested in, and this is really the only thing that we would even know or care about.
Right.
So nothing really to say about them from that perspective. So there's that. And then I thought the final interesting exercise, and by the way, I'm not even timestamping things anymore. I just stopped. This comes from Bloomberg, although I found it for free on a website called thestar.com. It says Tencent is said to mull exits from game studios like Marvelous. So I thought we would have an interesting exercise here. Let me see if I can find this. Yeah, here it is. Okay. So they write here, and this comes from Bloomberg, quote, Tencent Holdings Limited is negotiating exits from several game studio investments in Japan, including Tokyo Traded Marvelous Inc., as part of a reassessment of the company's global portfolio, people with knowledge of the matter said. The Chinese game publishing giant is evaluating its minority holdings in many studios and in some cases is preparing to sell stakes back to the original management team, even if it means incurring a loss, some of the people said. Tencent is navigating a prolonged slump in the games industry at the same time as it's playing catch up to the capital-intensive artificial intelligence race against peers Alibaba Group Holding Limited and ByteDance Limited. The company is casting a critical eye over its investments and assessing which still hold promise to be high performers while also making new bets where it sees potential for growth. Among the criteria for Tencent to exit an investment, the company considers whether its envisioned synergies with the portfolio company may have lapsed, according to one of the people who have asked not to be named, discussing private deliberations. So I have a list here of the things that they own, and I was wondering, we should just go through them and see like what things would make sense for them to get rid of. So they're saying only minority shares. So it's worth noting that they own all of the following teams, and it seems like they're not interested in getting rid of these. So they own all of Funcom. Those are the guys that are putting out their MMO studio, but they're putting out the Dune game that's coming out soon. Liao, which is the Hong Kong, like the Chinese team that they own Digital Extremes, which we were talking about earlier. That's Warframe. They own Riot. We talked about them earlier in League of Legends. They own Sumo Group, which worked with Sony actually with Little Big Planet 3 and some other things, and that's a whole series of developers. They own Clay, which are the guys that did like Don't Starve and shit like that. They own Turtle Rock, so the Back for Blood team and whatever the fuck they've done since. And then they own Jaeger, which is the studio that made Dead Island 2. And then they own majority stakes in a few others, including Supercell and Techland, which I would imagine they would not want to get rid of. But the minority shares. All right, so they're talking about Japanese minority shares here, but they said it's part of their global portfolio. So let's assume that everything's on the table. Don't Nod. They own 42% of that. I think Don't Nod, didn't we talk about it on the show a week or two ago that Don't Nod released a statement saying that they're going to run out of money in November. So they're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
They own 35% of Shift Up. I doubt they would want to get rid of that. And in fact, I would assume they would want to increase their they own 35% of Epic. I often forget about this. They're not going to get rid of that.
No.
They own 35% of Ubisoft. They're not going to get rid of that. Let's see. They own 26% of Vantage, which is
what is Vantage?
Vantage is the Ubisoft sub. Remember they invested in.
Oh, right.
In like all of the Ubisoft basically spun out all of their valuable shit into a new entity and called it Vantage.
Right.
So they own 22% of Bloober. I wouldn't want to get rid of that. So then you start getting into like, so they say 20% for Marvelous. This is probably a good place to be. I don't know why. Marvelous is obviously a really big. Yeah, they have probably 500 employees or something like that. It's a lot of anime stuff and like Story of Seasons and licensing stuff. I don't know why you'd want any part of that. They also did the Monster Hunter Stories games, I want to say. So those are kind of big. Fromsoft at 16.2%, Remedy 14%, Krafton 14%. This is tough, dude. Like, I don't know. Paradox 10%, maybe. You get rid of your shares of Paradox. That's obviously like grand strategy stuff and maybe not as valuable. So I don't know, man. There's not a lot of
wiggle room.
Yeah, they own small pieces of Discord, Roblox, Platinum. So I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna do. But they obviously are way overextended. There's no doubt about
that. Yeah. For sure.
And that's all we have for the news. All right, Christopher. We're back and we're here to talk about what we're playing. It says here you're playing GTA San Andreas. Very exciting. Where are you playing it?
So I'm playing it on PS5. I wanted to play it on PS2 because I have a copy of the PS2, but like the disc is just fucked. So like I must have scratched this thing up like crazy. So I figured I have the original, by the way. So I'm playing the original SKU, I guess, on PS5, so not the definitive remastered edition or whatever. What is it called even?
Yeah, let me look.
The GTA Trilogy version.
Right.
I'm playing the original or whatever the
like the ones you can't buy anymore. But
yes,
but that are still I know exactly.
Yeah. So I'm playing that one.
They delisted those, I think. Yeah.
So I'm playing that. Still relatively early on. I just kind of like I think the GTA news kind of got to me, and I was like, there's stuff that I'm looking forward to playing, but none of it's out yet, and it's kind of hard for me to. I have a backlog of like really intensive stuff that I want to get to, but like it's hard to get into the headspace. I'm just looking forward to all these stuff that all these things feels like it's in the immediate future. So like I was looking into my backlog from even further back, and I was like, you know what, I'm in a GTA mood, kind of. I still really haven't finished most Grand Theft Autos. I finished GTA 4. I think a long time ago, I think I finished GTA 3. I think like a long ass time.
3's fairly manageable. They get pretty long after that.
I might as well not have played it though, because I barely remember that, and I was like, barely. It feels like I was barely sentient when I played that. So like, there's still Vice City for me, San Andreas for me, and 5. I got pretty deep into 5, but I never finished it. So I was like, yeah, you know what? Let me jump into San Andreas. This is a game that I played a lot at like my cousin Justin's house in the Bronx. And I never owned it really until I was like an adult. And by the time I was an adult, I didn't really play it because it was more of a collector thing. And so I had ever only caught glimpses of it. And I would fuck around with it. I would do cheat codes or whatever, but I never actually played through most of San Andreas. I know a lot about it through cultural osmosis. But you know, I get to catch the damn train, CJ. You know, like I know these things, but I never played it. And so I'm playing it now. It is, it's definitely old, man. It's so funny because like these games were so groundbreaking in a lot of ways. Like they're so like, because it's an open world, like seamless open world game on PS2, the narrative and fidelity is so, like the presentation of it is actually more PS1 like. It feels a little bit like early Resident Evil on PS1, like the way that cutscenes are framed and the way that everything happens. It's like it happens in these set pieces, but these set pieces are part of like a way bigger game, so like they're less detailed and it's there's something really like liminal about these older Grand Theft Auto games that are kind of interesting.
Well said.
I'm still kind of wrestling with the controls, I gotta be honest. I'm spoiled by modern controls. You know, there's a lot of weird things about it. There's a lot of stuff that I love about GTA that isn't in this. Like the physics aren't too crazy. Although that was arguably only with 4 where the physics were really like a main star of the show. So I can't hold it against it too bad.
Yeah.
But it's fun. I'm still in the early game, just kind of getting acquainted with a lot of the characters. I love that it's a game that you can make yourself fat in.
Yes, it's very cool. Yeah, it's a little much with the exercising and all the rest.
Yeah, the life sim stuff is kind of interesting. Like they never really did that again, and probably for it's probably better off that they abandon that kind of thing. But it is fun to mess around with in this like kind of like this proto modern GTA where like, oh yeah, your cycling skill is going up, and it's a little bit of Red Dead 2 actually, because Red Dead 2 kind of has that going on where like your skills increase as you I remember that with like your bonding with the horse improves over time and things like that. So like there's elements of Red Dead 2 in this that I didn't expect to see, like that kind of life sim stuff that's kind of absent from 4 and I believe are absent from 5 as well. I don't think you can make any of them morbidly obese as far as I'm aware. But yeah, I'm enjoying it. I like the setting. I like the characters so far. I think the voice acting is really fun. It's just so funny just to see like all this like this narrative heft being given to these character models that look so terrible in these spaces that look so undefined. It's like it's very charming in a lot of ways. But I'm still kind of wrestling with the controls. But I'm enjoying it. I'm treating it more like I'm going to a museum and kind of trying to take in this thing that I only have tangential memories of, and really getting acquainted with how it plays and what the mission structure is like and what the city of San Andreas really is without giving yourself a jetpack and flying around for 5 minutes and then turning the game off like I used to do. Or at least I think it was a jetpack. I think there's like all sorts of weird cheats that you could do in that game. But still early. I do kind of want to get through it. I want my mission to be kind of before GTA 6 comes out. I want to get through all the GTAs, or at least all the GTAs that I care to get through. I think I might skip 3 because I did it already. But definitely San Andreas and 5 I want to get through before 6 comes out. And I think that's definitely manageable by November.
Yeah, I would say so.
But yeah, I like San Andreas so far. It's that opening, man, is great. The theme music and what is it? Sam Jackson being there kind of immediately is awesome. It's like what a cast for a game like
this. It's cool. Like I always think back, 3 came out, fall 2001, and then Vice City came out really quickly. It was like a year.
Mm-hmm.
But then they took a little bit of time with 4.
It was 2 years, right?
Yeah, and you could see that they were at least trying to do something, like some different things, and the world was much bigger. Like I love Vice City just because I love the 80s and I love the soundtrack, whatever. But San Andreas was certainly the most differentiated of those games, and it's good that you're not going to play 3 again, because it's hard to go back to 3 if you even go to those games, because they start really cleaning shit up. Although these new versions of the games are a lot better. Although you're actually not playing the
I'm not playing those versions,
because I played the GTA 3 version of that. I don't know if you remember this. Like I had there's a mission in GTA 3 where you have to use the sniper rifle on a ship. And like I just couldn't do it on like the old control. I'm like, I don't know how I did this when I was a kid, but I can't play. And they fixed the controls on the new one, so it's a lot better.
Yeah, I just remember when those games came out, they were completely messed up, and I think they fixed them to some degree. I don't know the degree to which they fixed them though. Like I haven't kept up. Maybe they're phenomenally better, but I think I tried to play GTA 3 like earlier this year, and I remember trying, and I was like, I don't know about this, man. I don't know. I actually don't know if I can do this. But San Andreas is kind of in that weird middle part where it's just like, this is kind of difficult to do, actually. It is really cumbersome and weird, and it does feel kind of bad. But it's also like, there's other things about it that are intriguing to me, that are kind of pulling me forward. Like there is like a hint of that physics there. Like in GTA 3, like there's like you hit somebody and then they just kind of fall over. Like if you hit somebody with a car, they fall over. There's no physics at all. In GTA San Andreas, there's a little bit of it. It doesn't explode until 4, obviously, and 5 they actually tampered it down a little bit from that Euphoria engine, which I lament so much. I love that engine, but yeah, I'm enjoying it so far. I think I'm going to stick with it. I dig the vibe of it, especially I love the I love that there's like a narration kind of presentation to it.
Yeah,
like I don't know, because I don't think that's not really true of 5 or 4. Actually, it's in Red Dead a little bit, like the chapter titles or like Arthur Morgan's narrative. There's like a weird amount of Red Dead and like really small hints of Red Dead in San Andreas that I think are kind of interesting. But that's really all I'm playing. I'm playing other things too, sort of. I mean, I'm playing Marathon still. That's still fun, although I put less time into it lately. There's not a lot of time, and I was jumping into Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Over at friends' houses,
cool,
and stuff like that. But there's not really much to say about those games. Those are, dude, I absolutely amazing. God, if there is like a Hall of Fame, like Mount Rushmore of like video game soundtracks, like me personally, like Marvel vs. Capcom 2 is up there for me.
I just love how that song loops in like 8 seconds. Like it's so fucking funny.
Gonna take you for a ride. It's so good. But all the jazzy, like it's so good, dude.
Capcom was like the beauty of the visual beauty of that game is a sight to behold, man. And like the way Dagan always talks about this, my brother, for people that don't know, it always talks about this, about like how it's a masterpiece of taking things that do not belong together and making it all fit together. Like it's almost like the quintessential example of it, and it works. It's just it's awesome.
Yeah, that pixel art combined with that soundscape is like a really great match made, and like it's just like there's a feeling you get when those things are combined and you're experiencing them. They're kind of unlike anything. anything else. It's really fantastic.
And when I met people we always talk about how I thought I was good at fighting games until I entered the industry. And when I met people that were good at that game, man, they were good at that game.
Oh,
and
yeah,
like to the point
I used to think I was good. I used to think I was good at that game, and then it was just like
where I had no chance. And I told you, like they used to I used to be able to pick their parties. Like a couple of the guys, like who you're like play as like roll, serve bot, and like whatever bullshit, and they would just beat the fuck out of you. And it's like, I don't know, man. I don't have the mind for this. All right. For me, I platinumed Pragmata. That's platinum number 112. Talked extensively about it. There's a review discussion and spoiler cast on Patreon right now for you to listen to and enjoy. I will reiterate, I think that game's extraordinary. I think it's the game of the year, at least for me, and I highly recommend it. I think it's so fucking good. And then I was kind of, all right, I'm like, what's next? Do I go back to Mina? Not yet. I was looking at some other things. I'm like, I abandoned Turok 2 a while ago. I'm like, that's a bad use of time. So I bought Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight. And I've played it for maybe 10 hours so far. And I got to say, it's fucking great. Like the people that are saying it's like an Arkham game, they're right. It is Arkham Knight specifically. And it is a cartoonish, ridiculous version of Arkham Knight. But it's the same idea. Like you're literally like in a bank, like on the little gargoyles, like going, like swinging around, like swinging down and killing dudes and driving the Batmobile to like, again, to fight criminals and get to your missions and all the rest of different things. It's really like, I would assume what happened with Traveler's Tales was like Star Wars was a big seller and did well, but people didn't love it. I don't think I'm sure there were people that did, but like, it wasn't a critical darling by any stretch of the imagination. And I think what they realized was there's a real bloat in our games. The games don't have to be like this. We can actually keep the essence of, and I know Lego games fairly well. I played them early and then I kind of left them for a while and now I'm back to them in a way.
Mm-hmm.
Lego Star Wars games. So like the Wii Complete Edition was a really great game, for instance. So I have some familiarity with them, like where I think I can speak about them without being out of school. And I feel like what they did here is they were like, we're going to streamline this thing and make it into a more cohesive and cogent open world, as opposed to, now it's still fragmented, not unlike Star Wars was fragmented between the games or the movies and then like the different areas, but it just feels like an adult's Lego game, even though it is not an adult's Lego game and it's a child's game. Micah was pointing it out, and I think so too. There are like a lot of references that are not appropriate.
Oh yeah, there's an American Psycho reference that
she noticed the same exact thing about like the business card or whatever. Yeah.
I saw that on Twitter, and I'm kind of, because I have did I buy Lego? I don't think I bought it. I think I meant to buy it. That's one that I want to get to. But like I remember, like I saw it on Twitter, and I was like, oh, it would have been cool to just see that in game. But it was hysterical, like the business card thing. I was like, I can't believe they're doing this.
There's like a lot of that kind of stuff, which is cool, and I don't think it comes off as too much. I think it's about what you're into. Like I like Batman a lot. I would say that I actually like love Batman, and I don't feel that way. Like I like the X-Men, I like Spider-Man, but I think out of superheroes, I think the only one that I really love is Batman. And I love Batman himself. I love the villains. I love Gotham. So this is kind of for me. I think if you're not like into that stuff to that degree, and I'm not a comic guy or anything, I don't know anything about that, but ever since I was a little kid, I was 5 or 6 when Batman came out, like the Keaton Batman, and that was like a huge movie for people my age, and certainly everyone else that was older. And so that's always kind of been my beat. I wasn't into like Adam West or whatever, and I even like the 90s Batman movies, like not Batman Returns, everyone likes that, but like the campy ones. I even dig those. And certainly the Nolan ones are fucking amazing. So, and the new one was good.
Yeah, the Batman.
With, I liked that as well. I saw that in the theater actually, which is rare for me.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of into it for that reason. I was saying that like, how many times are they going to make us relive the death of the Waynes? But this is like stitching all these things together in a very comical sort of way, so that like it seemed like it's. I don't want to spoil it for people, but it's cool, and I really really enjoy it. I will say that it gets a little repetitive, where I don't want to play it for more than like a couple hours, because I'm the kind of guy in Lego games where I gotta beat the shit out of everything. I know you don't have to, and in fact, Mike and I were talking about this. I'm like, there's a real tension in Lego games where it's like it's kind of a waste of time to destroy everything in a room or whatever. Because you don't have good multipliers yet. And like you're gonna get a multiplier in the game later on where you're gonna have like billions of fucking studs. So like having like it's like who gives a shit? But I can't stop. Like I won't stop. And then it gets a little repetitive, but that's my fault. But I gotta say, man, the game is shockingly like I'm shocked by it, where I'm like, this is really a cool evolution of it. I know it wasn't the core Traveler's Tales game guys that did the Horizon game, but that just kind of took the wind out of my sails, where I'm like, this kind of sucks as a Lego game. And it's good to know that they still have the magic and are evolving the magic. And I like that. And I think a lot of it comes from the fact that Lego games were like on a conveyor belt for a long time. And that's cool. It's like, yeah, take advantage of, just like you do with your toys, take advantage of all these licenses and make all your money, and people love them, and they were good. I actually liked some of the Lego games on the Vita. I thought the ports were pretty good. I played the Lego Batman games there as well. But I think the slower, more deliberate releases is going to do a lot for them. And because it allows them to explore and make these more robust games. It's no longer about like a million reskins of like the same 3 types or anything like that. It's like, no, you have specific characters. Like Catwoman's a character. She does this. Alfred's a character. He does this. You know, and so on and so forth. Gordon is a character and he does this. So yeah, I recommend it. Like I think it's really, really cool. So I'm playing that and I'm like, I need something else. It's an easy game to balance. I'm not really in it for the story. We all know these stories anyway.
Right.
And so it's funny you brought up San Andreas, because I was like, I'm going to go play GTA 5. And in fact, I was like, I'm going to look into this, and the PS5 version came out in 2022 and all the rest. And then I'm like, you know what? What was that game that came out where the studio went out of business recently? And I went and looked it up, and the studio was Quali Labs, and the game is Luna Abyss. And I got to say, man, this game is fucking dope. And there's a melancholy to playing it, because you know the studio didn't survive. But for people that are unfamiliar with it, it is a very stylized, I would say AA first-person shooter, story-based, single player. And it's interesting, dude. It's like One Piece Doom.
Looks like it moves like Wolfenstein.
Yeah, a little bit of Wolfenstein. It's got the kinetics of Doom, but not the fine control of Doom. Doom is an absolute masterpiece of movement. So it's a little bit of Doom, but let's say it's a little bit of id.
Yeah.
And then it's a little bit of Returnal, which is interesting. Or Saros, in that you'll see it when the enemies attack, the way they shoot at you and stuff, but it's in first person. It's not third person. It's a little bit of Metroid Prime. Like even down to like shooting doors to open them, but like a lot of the platforming and more puzzle solving aspects of it. And here's the interesting one. It's a little bit of Freedom Wars. Because the entire game, the idea of the game is reducing your prison sentence by doing tasks, although it's more story driven in that regard. And so the visuals are dope, dude. And I got to say, like, there's a real artistic merit to this game in the way it's presented that I think is quite extraordinary. It's $30. I wasn't thrilled about paying $30 for a game in which the studio went out of business, but it's like, because the money's going to the publisher probably at this point. Bless you, by the way. And so it's about this like lunar. I think the way I understand it is like it's a future Earth. There's like this blood moon that appears over the surface of the Earth, and it's like this thing that has no. It's this thing with like infinite parameters. Like, so you go into this like space, and there's no like the spaces are endless. But like they're all just randomized, and it's not like randomized for the game. It's like, this is the way the world is. Like there's no form to this place. And they take prisoners from Earth and send them there and put them into these proxy robots, like these androids, and make them do missions. And they're in like a jail cell. They show you like in a jail cell controlling this thing in this like endless thing with like no temporal existence. And you're like, every time you do something, like the years go down on your sentence, and you start with like 9,000 years or something like that. And it's pretty cool. I'm digging it. I'm really digging it. And it's just one of those games, dude. We were talking about this earlier about good and great games and not being enough. Like this is one of those, if this game came out in the late PS3 era, even in the PS4 or Xbox One era, it probably would have sold 500,000 copies. And the studio would be making a sequel.
Right.
There's just so little room for this kind of thing where this kind of thing comes in. A few people recommended it to me over time, I think, but I just never really looked into it. And I'm like, this is great game. I'm fairly early on. There's 6 chapters. I got through the first chapter last night. I was up pretty late doing it, actually. But people should look into this one. I really, really like it. So yeah, it's like id
I'm looking
meets Returnal meets Metroid Prime meets Freedom Wars. So if that sounds interesting to you, check out Luna, Luna Abyss from Quality Labs. All right.
Huh.
And I'll get to GTA 5 soon, I think, as well. And I still have a few other things to do. I want to replay Control. I got to beat Alan Wake 2, but the summer is long and there's time yet.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You still haven't Alan Wake 2. You haven't beat it.
Yeah, I think I'll beat Alan Wake 2, and then I'll replay Control, and then I'll probably time that into... It's going to be tough, man. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know. Because at that point, Blood of the Dawn Walker's out. I don't know, man. I'm being very ambitious. I'm always overly ambitious. I've been playing a lot of games, though. I'm on a crazy platinum run. Like, I think my biggest platinum haul was 23, and I think I'm already for a year, and I think I'm at 13 or 14 or something. So I think I need 9 to match it, which is that means I'm playing too much because I don't get bullshit platinums.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get into 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas, Chris, and end this episode of Sacred Symbols as we always do with inquiries from the audience. You submit your inquiries on patreon.com/lastdaymedia in the threads on the news feed. We respond to them. You've already heard a bunch of them throughout the show. Here's 6 more about random topics that I thought were germane to the things we usually care about. And remember, our threads go live on Wednesdays and are deleted Thursdays, so you have 24 hours to inquire. CJ Hines begins things off, and he says, Colin and Chris, what is Valve smoking with this Steam machine pricing? Is this an ominous sign for what's to come for the PS6? Maybe. What do you think about that? What's going on with the Steam machine? The pricing is over $1,000 for the lowest version of it. The rumor is that they were supposed to be somewhere in the $700 range.
Yeah.
Obviously, the economic realities have changed mightily. I don't know anything about technology, as people know, but I do know people like Moore's Law are saying like this thing is incredibly underpowered, and they're ripping people off with the price, even at the component pricing. Like they're selling it at a profit. It gets into, which is fine, but it gets into what I was saying at, I don't really know who this thing, remember I was saying this when I was like, and this was before all the price stuff. I was like, I don't know who their customer is, because isn't their customer someone who already uses Steam? And therefore you can't really subsidize the machine because they're already there. So I don't really know what they're doing with this thing.
I don't know. I mean, there could have been a reality where like I would have picked this thing up, but like not at $750, not at $750, and certainly not at $1,000. And by the way, that's $1,000 with no Steam controller. By the way,
yeah, the no controller thing. People are upset about that, but it's funny. I pitched that as an idea that Sony should pursue if that's what they need to do to keep the cost down, especially if they use the same controller.
Well, right, yeah. I mean,
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, please.
No, well, to be fair, like it's a Steam machine. You can hook up whatever controller you want to it.
Right, and that's what I was going to say was they have an unusual advantage wherein Sony has to use a proprietary thing, but like they could just be like, we're using the PS5 controller, so don't worry about it. I wonder.
It's less that they're selling something without a controller. It's the fact that something that's being sold is $1,000 without the controller. That's what's insane about it to me. But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think they wanted this. I don't think they wanted it to be this much. It's obviously, and look, let's be real. Like this thing's going to sell out. Like people are going to buy it, and it's going to do well. I think it's already sold out in Japan or something. I think I read that. So like, there's a market for it. Like, and I think at the right price point, I probably would have bought it because like I like the idea, especially with having. And make no mistake, like it would never be like my main way to play. Like it would never be like, oh, I'm going to play the newest games on this. But I have a long-standing Steam library that goes back to like it goes back to 2013. But even games that I've bought since then. It goes back to like really really old stuff that I just don't have access to on either Xbox or PlayStation. And so having a really small, simple box in my living room that I could just boot those things up on, that is appealing to me. Because I hate the living room PC thing. I don't like it. Like I tried it in a couple of the places that I was living. It just isn't. It's not good. If more power to you if you like it. But there is a market for like a bespoke living room friendly PC that just runs as a console and doesn't have any bullshit attached to it. And I think that's cool. But I don't know, man. Not at this price, and I'm sure they didn't want it to be this way either. But honestly, even at $750, I think maybe a bit much. I could see maybe like $6.
Yeah, it's a lot, man. I mean, well, again, not knowing that the power differential apparently makes it weaker than a PS5, like a base PS5. So that's what they say. And I'm like, at that price, that's fucking crazy. I mean, but again, this goes into Valve. I think actually Gabe said it recently where like they realize they're kind of over the barrel with the manufacturers. And I think he had said something like if they like refuse to buy at certain prices, then they're kind of out of the loop. You know, like I would believe that because you're getting limited allocations offered to you and they'll just offer it to someone else and then you're out. So there is a level of urgency, but I would be very curious. Like, I feel like this is a bit of a mine that they walked over. Like they didn't, and they said it themselves. I didn't mean to be so like, I always kid around about how I'm right about things. And sometimes I am and sometimes I'm not, but like, I didn't intend on being so right about the Steam machine for this reason. Right. Like I was like, who is the customer for this period? But now like it's acute because the pricing is nuts. The 512 gigabyte model, like you said, just the model with no controllers, 1,049, with the controller, 1,128, 2 terabyte, 1,349, with the controller, 1,428. Now I will compliment it for a few things. First of all, it's a really good looking thing. I love the industrial design of it. And it has a lot of little ports and things, like a lot of USB ports and like a lot of accoutrements, which is cool. As SD card reader, I think. And so it's not like this cheap stripped down, like fat PS3 where they started taking everything out of it.
It's not like an Ouya or something.
Right. Exactly. So I think the industrial design is cool. And I think it's going to, it runs SteamOS 3 and it'll probably, I heard that on there. I can't keep the fucking page for it up because everything moves, is animated. It's so distracting. I'm like trying to read shit about it, and it's like this fucking literally a dancing console GIF, and like it's like, oh my god, I feel like I'm on GeoCities or something like that. So, so anyway, you can go get this thing if you want. But all right. So what does this mean for PS6? Is it ominous? Yeah, it's ominous. But I think there are certain things, as we've discussed, that Sony controls that Steam doesn't. Valve is not an electronics manufacturer. Sony is. Valve is not making a lot of these. Sony is going to be making many millions and tens of millions of their units, hopefully at some point. So the economies of scale are different. Here's the thing, Chris, is that they can't release $1,000 console. Like Sony, like I just refuse to believe that they are literally going to release $1,000 console, because it just seems like, whoa, what are you doing?
It would be crazy, man.
And I will say, like, I'm not going to bet on anything, but dollars to donuts, you have to assume that like they'll get that thing. They're not going to sell $1,000 console. Like maybe $899 or something like that. Just the psychological value of not seeing that, I think, will go a long way for its audience. But if the consoles are really going to be this expensive, then it really does show you that the PS5 is going to exist forever. And by the way, Micah and I were talking about this on one of our walks last night, which I was like, I've been compelled by this because we've been talking about like, what are you going to do about timing? Fall 27, spring 28. Those are really your only options if you want to manufacture now. And if you bail out of manufacturing, as we've said, then there's all these costs you incur. It's just, they're going to make the PS6. I think that's well understood. It's not like they're going to back away.
Yeah.
I've been kind of compelled, Chris, by this argument that like they should just release it when they were going to release it for whatever it costs. And the argument is, and I was like, this is a good point, is that like, all right, so like the argument is there are millions of people that will buy it at whatever you sell it for, first of all, right? Like I'll buy it. As long as it's not like so egregious I'm getting kicked in the balls for some no, but like whatever it is, I'm going to buy it. And I'll probably buy both the handheld and the console. I'm definitely going to do that, I think. And there are probably millions of us. So even if the adoption is slow and there's a lot of cross-generation support, why wouldn't you want to just sell it to those people? And then later on, you can just drop the price, and then you'll capture all those other people. And their argument is basically like, you're never going to get those people without the price being right. You will get these people with the price regardless. If you get to that point at some point, then just keep the timeline. And you basically have 2 bursts. And I'm like, yeah, that is a decent point. Like, there almost is no reason to back away from it. You kind of just got to do it. And by the way, we might not see as much of a price intolerance as we think. It's like the complaining going on about Grand Theft Auto 6 with the physical edition. Reasonable enough. But this is a non-issue for most people who are going to buy it physically anyway. Never were, and they don't give a shit. It might be that like the complaining about the pricing is this acute thing online that's amplified by people being upset, but people might be willing to pay $1,000 for a PlayStation. And by the way, $1,000 for a PlayStation next year will be cheaper than a $600 PS3 was in 2006. I don't want to give Sony any excuses, but that is true if you adjust it for inflation. So I'm like, now it didn't work out great for them with the PS3, but they did sell millions of them at that price.
No, yeah, I want to be clear. I do think this kind of goes into the same thing about like, how many gamers are women. It's like, it's not a big percentage, but it's still like millions upon millions. Like there's a number of people who are like, you know what I mean? So like, when you look at the machine like the PS6 at $1,000, yes, there will be millions of people who will buy it. The issue is like, I guess it depends on like whether or not it matters to you that you're not going to sell nearly as many as the like it's going to be like numbers wise, surely a failure in comparison to the PS5 generation.
Yeah, definitely.
Almost certainly if it comes out next year.
Definitely.
If that doesn't matter to you and you just want to get your money and you want to just kind of stay the course and understand that you'll pick people up over time, that's fine. I mean, the only other choice you have really is to just not make a PS6, and they're not going to do that. So I guess I could see the argument of just doing it. It's just nobody wants it.
Yeah, it's hard for me to visualize, and yet the reliable leakers like Moore's Law and Kepler and these other guys are like, they're doing it. Like, they're doing it, and I'm like, yeah, I guess this is what I think was happening.
You just gotta have faith, I guess, in what you're doing, I guess, but
I suppose, yeah, and I think they look at it as, I think they've embraced what they've been forced to embrace with the PS4 into the PS5 and so on is like, the PS5 isn't going anywhere. So like, we don't want it to go anywhere, and it's not going anywhere. So like, could we just have the best of both worlds, keep our timeline, and keep the PS6 supported through the 2030s basically, and have iterative versions of it as well? Because I think and we know this, and I think we've said this, our audience knows better, but like when people say like, you just got to walk away and like not do it, it's like, you can't, it's not something, it's just like, you could, I told you, it would be the most consequential thing PlayStation ever did, was to be like, we're not going forward with this machine. The machine, as I noted, I think on stream, like, the machine exists. I'm not telling you that because I've seen it or I know that. It's like, it exists. Like, they have them. They're not manufactured yet, but they're making them by hand. They probably have a bunch of different stuff. People are speccing to them when they make games. And by this time next year, I assume they will be manufactured, or at least beginning to be manufactured and sitting in warehouses. So pulling out means they have to start over again. And that's not a small thing for your R&D and for the health of the company. And they can't take big risks. And by the way, I think this is what Asha's saying with the Xbox situation, where it's like, it's fairly clear that the next Xbox is going to be an OEM, because they don't even want to deal with it.
Yeah.
Like, I think they're just like, we don't even. And I think this is what she's saying when she was saying like, the previous leadership made decisions that make this really expensive for us. Yeah, they made the decisions that they're not in line right now for components, so they have to like buy things at current rates or future rates, and they just want to offload that shit. So they're going to. So I really believe that above all else, like, this ultimately affects Xbox more because they're apparently not well positioned, and Sony is maybe it'll be impossible for Sony to ever well position themselves in this regard. But
well, maybe you can do what almost you could position yourself. I mean, if the Steam machine is coming out, right, and it's $1,000, granted, we know the economic reasons for that. We also know that Valve doesn't have a subscription service that they can use to kind of leverage a lower cost for the machine. They have to make profit on every unit sold in order for it to be a worthy endeavor. Like we know this intrinsically, but your average person, they look at sticker price and that's kind of where it begins and ends. You could see maybe a future where, like, because we all understand that the PS5 is not going anywhere, because we understand that even the PS4 is still sticking around in some late respects, that I could see a future where they're just like, you know what? No, the PS6 is $1,000 and it's a boutique. This is for hardcore people, I guess. If you want to, you know what I mean? Like why not really at that point? If you know, because we know, I just know if this thing comes out next year, it's not going to sell PS5 numbers. It just
no way. I mean, there's no way.
It just isn't. And if you already know that, it's almost better to position yourself as, you know, we're going to make a profit on this thing. It's going to be a hardcore machine. It'll be like the $1,000 30th anniversary PS5s, where it's just like, this is for the, you know, for those among us who care and those among us who really, really want it. It's $1,000. And maybe, you know, a year from now we'll drop it. We'll drop the price if that's possible. And we'll take it from there, because we've already kind of accepted that this is going to be a concession year or a concession machine, or it's going to be a machine that's just it has no hope of doing the same at the same rate. I almost wonder if that's maybe a better position for them, so that way they can at least understand, or they can at least telegraph. It's like, yeah, it's a more expensive machine.
They're deep into this.
Let's at least make money on it.
Sorry, I didn't mean to overtalk.
No, I'm sorry.
They're back into the conversation, I think, of having to subsidize this thing, like truly subsidize it. And that obviously really hurt them with PS3. I mean, they were at $600, they were subsidizing the PS3 deeply. I mean, that's what's so fucking crazy about that, you know, is like you're charging $600 for this thing and you're subsidizing it hundreds of dollars, you know. And I don't, that's why they lost so much money. I mean, we've talked about the irony of, like, the more they sold, the worse they did, because they had to saturate the market, but they were taking these short-term losses that were like insurmountable in a way. And it was because they lost money for the generation. The thing that I think that's so fascinating with what they do with PS6 is if they position it as a more niche device, which is fine. I don't think that that's necessarily a bad idea. It's just, it goes into like, well, what does this mean for games? Like at that point, you can't have PS6 games. Like, it's got to be basically this modular thing. And then I think that lowers the tolerance for the machine even more. I will tell you, I mean, they're in a tough spot with this thing. They really are. I mean, there's no doubt.
I agree, man. Like, I'm also kind of the mind, like, I'm not. And look, I know that sometimes. Look, we're talking about how, like, well, they can't make PS6 games for this thing if it's going to be a more niche product. It's going to be a more niche product anyway. Because it's just coming into a market where nobody, like, people comparatively are not that interested. Like, you're going to have to. How many units did the PS5 sell in the first? I don't know, couple. Like, let's say the first year.
How many?
Like, what was that number?
I'll look.
PS5
sold in first year 17.3 million.
Well, so all right, so that's the thing. It's like, are you comfortable making a AAA game in the modern ecosystem, right? Where AAA games are like, what, like $300 million to sell in the first year at full price with keeping 100% of the profit for probably, I would guess, like maybe like 13 million in the first year. And that's like being like relatively nice, you know, like 13 million in the first year. Although granted, like maybe it'll have a similar adoption rate because like it was difficult to come by the PS5 in comparison. So I don't know. I just like, I think you're kind of fucked either way, because you have budgets that are ballooning. You're going to have these games that are going to be locked to new hardware that people are going to have to buy to play it. Like I kind of see a reality where the PS6 comes out and there are no PS6 games anyway, like whether it's niche or not. Because why would, like, it's kind of insane to do that in the modern, like, why would you lock out tens of millions of people in this environment where games are this expensive to make?
Yeah, it's gonna be
like
tough.
It just, I don't know what you do about it really. Like It's crazy. And look, to be fair, we don't know what this machine is. We don't know what it looks like. We don't know necessarily what it does. We have rumors. We have specs. We have all of it on paper. And, seeing it on paper and seeing it in person is one thing. There is an ooh-ah factor to seeing a new machine and, the allure of a new shiny box. And maybe there's functionality in it that we don't know. There's obviously that PS6 handheld that's in the conversation as well as to like how that fits into all this, whether it's part of it, whether it's a separate thing. Like I have no idea how they're going to go about that. So it could be that like by this time next year, there is appetite for it. We see it and there's more interest because it's doing something novel or interesting that justifies it beyond just the normal machine. But I look at it as a PS5 owner now, or a PS5 Pro owner right now, who just kind of isn't wanting. Like, and I don't know what I would really need out of a new machine to even be excited to pay $1,000 for it. Like, I don't know what more they can do short of doing something like almost like Nintendo Switch level stuff, where it's just like I can take my PS5 Pro basically with me out of the machine, and that would be something that would get me to buy it for sure.
That's what I'm wondering.
Functionality, but I don't know.
I'm wondering that with Chris with the handheld shit, where I'm like, Micah and I were talking about this over our walk last night, where I was like, I wonder if like the PS6 itself, like the console, will be like the boutique expensive thing. And what they're going to say is like the handheld is dockable, like a Switch, and that's like the base console. And then if you want this like really souped up thing, then you go with this even more expensive machine. Like, I wonder what they're going to do. I don't know, man. I'm so excited. Like, we're going to know in the next, if they're going to really release it next fall, I would imagine the next 6 to 8 months. Not 6, yeah. 8 months. I think they're going to get through the holidays and then they'll go.
For sure. Yeah. I think you'll have like, you might have like a little Cerny fireside chat.
Yeah.
In February or something.
Indeed.
But who, I don't know. Yeah. I just think it's a rough position to be in. And I don't think it being just a simply more powerful version of what we have right now is going to cut it for most people. Again, millions of people will buy it.
Right. That's not sufficient
for your average person. It's I don't know.
It's the early adopters. The early adopters were there for Wii U. I mean, like really it's the story's told as time goes on. And I think Vita showed it in a pretty significant way that it's like the PlayStation community is more fickle than you think. The Vita's failure was surprising to me based on the furor around PS3 at that time, but that's a whole other story. Anton K wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Crew, if Xbox is spun off," I hate Xbox in all caps, man. I hate it. I don't know why they did that. Looks like shit. "Would Sony have any interest in investing? True, they will be getting most of Xbox's games on PlayStation, but is there something about buying low and investing in possible future success? Similarly, in the way Sony is invested in Epic, would it make sense to diversify by adding Xbox to the portfolio? Thanks and have a great weekend." So what Anton is referring to is the idea that there's this idea that was reported and therefore I think is probably going to ultimately happen, which is that not that they're going to be sold, but that they're going to be split off as a subsidiary. Now, people that don't know very much about video games were making a big deal about this. And I'm like, guys, PlayStation's a subsidiary of Sony. Like, like Xbox was actually operating way closer to its parent company than PlayStation is operated. And SIE is its own corporation that is a subsidiary and wholly owned by Sony. And that allows for people from outside to play around easier. Now, Sony didn't do it for that reason, I don't think, in the beginning. They just keep all their shit like that. Like the pictures unit and the music unit is the same. Microsoft might do that in order to distance itself from risk and attract investment. However, if this happens, two things. It's going to be, that's it. I mean, I'm not even saying kind of making it into a subsidiary, but if they start attracting outsiders, the hardware is over at that point, I think. Like even OEM hardware, I don't think they would do it. Because people would want to make games and the entertainment quality of the ubiquity of games. But I say this not to be a dickhead, but I just mean it, is that I think part of the reason Xbox has struggled is because they don't own very much of consequence. And the things that they've acquired, they either overpaid for or mishandled. So I think the only example of something that seems to be fairly healthy, continuously healthy, is Minecraft. And that would be something that would be interesting to have, I guess. But none of the Xbox none of the Xbox, there's a lot of talent within all these places, but nothing that Sony should want. And especially because, as you said, Anton, the they're getting all these games anyway, so there's no reason to invest in it. But maybe some Bethesda properties would be interesting, but I don't know. It would be interesting if they had a Ubisoft like thing happen to them where like there were investors externally that didn't want to be exposed to the larger risk of the brand. And we were talking about Vantage earlier with Ubisoft. It's like, you spin everything that we care about into another entity, we'll invest in that. Right. And all this other shit will remain here, because there are some great studios. I think Obsidian's a great studio. Playground's obviously a very capable studio, and some others. And then, of course, like id and Machine Games. Plus, you have the whole Call of Duty apparatus and Blizzard. There's things there worth investing in. I just don't think Sony should want to have to do with any of it. And I don't know what they would have to gain from it. Yeah. So I say no, personally.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I have a particularly unique stance on it. I think you've kind of put it out pretty well. They're already getting these games. There's no reason to put more money into it.
I just think that this idea that this is where Xbox fans got lost in the sauce with like expanding the first party. And what happened to Embracer, I think most significantly, is like, you actually don't need to own all this stuff, and you can't even handle all of it. Like, even if you own all of it, it's like, what are you going to do with all of it? You're going to have like your teams making like rival shooters, rival role-playing games, rival racing games. It's like, it doesn't really make any sense when you really think about overexpansion of your, like, you have to be very deliberate. That's why I always thought Quantic Dream was such an interesting acquisition target way back in the day, not anytime recently, where it's like, you actually fit in an interesting way. You make things that no one else makes, and your games are part of PlayStation's identity, but it's like, you don't need even id and Machine Games existing in the same space is kind of alongside Call of Duty, alongside Halo, alongside, it's like, you don't see a conflict here. Like, and this is why I keep making the argument, though people don't like to hear it, is like, Sony should really consider shortening its roster and investing way more money even in each of the games and making them truly distinct behemoths, and let everyone else do the work for you. And every other space, have a shooter, have a role-playing game, have an action game, and just do it. You know, I don't know, maybe it's too simplistic, but there's no doubt that these pieces cannibalize each other. And by the way, you saw that even internal tension with Gran Turismo and Drive Club back in the day about how those games didn't really make sense, and Polyphony wasn't thrilled about it. They just weren't. So I don't know, man. The Xbox stuff can stay far away from us, as far as I'm concerned. Please. We have enough problems. Okay?
Yeah.
We're struggling enough as it is. You go ahead and keep whatever you're doing.
Oh, man.
All right. Simple-minded Steve wrote in, said, "Hey, Sacred Bros. What do you think Sony's new initiative will be for this upcoming generation? Their live service push has been disappointing, and the sales of their first-party games haven't been as impactful as during the PS4 generation. I wonder if they'll revert to the PS2 generation's approach, focusing on second-party partnerships with timed exclusivity, which I believe is a positive move. Additionally, will studios be able to concentrate on smaller gaming experiences that would appeal more to the upcoming handheld PS6? I'd love to hear your thoughts. Thanks." We kind of talked about this actually already, and I didn't really realize it just earlier, and like what the strategy will be for PS5 or PS6 itself, and what the complexion of the generation will be. But I really believe that this idea of more, and I was just saying this with the studios, just more. It's like, I don't know, man. I don't know what people don't understand about this. We were just talking about the Quality Labs game I'm playing, Luna Abyss. It's like, there are a million of these. You need true differentiators. The era of small PlayStation games is dead. It's dead. I don't know how people don't, like, it's been dead. Open your fucking eyes. They're not, when Japan Studio went away, it was over. And Astrobot's about as small as you're going to get out of the first party now. And I think that that's good. I don't want more small things. That's not how you attract people to your console. And you know that because these games don't sell. So we have to dissuade ourselves and disabuse ourselves of this notion that like we need to have this complexion of lots of different things flooding the ecosystem. And it's like, no, you have to have great shit flooding the ecosystem. That's what you have to have. And I do believe one of the things you said, Simple-Minded Steve, is true, is that second party relationships will become more important. And it is my assumption that this is the part of what Sony's doing right now, and has been doing maybe for the last 18 months. Is we got to just go back to the way we used to do things, which is just getting bets started that limit our exposure to their failures. We can act as publishers and stewards and IP owners. And then if things work out, we go from there. But a game like Wolverine is going to pay dividends for PlayStation's brand in a way that 10 small games combined wouldn't. And I mean that both from sales, like Wolverine will sell better than 10 of those games combined, and from the way it's going to be covered and treated. And the same thing is true for Intergalactic, and the same thing is true for the God of War game, and so on and so forth. And the same is going to be true for the new Uncharted game. And we really can't go much beyond that because we don't have any games to talk about. I mean, I'm just going to be honest with you here. So that's my stance, is that PlayStation's got to be the AAA box. I mean, otherwise, why do you have this machine at all? Go play your PS4.
Yeah, I mean, I agree and disagree. I think you're right that AAA, they need to focus on AAA, but I also think AAA needs to. I think there needs to be a reevaluation of what AAA means, because I just think what AAA means now is just not sustainable. Like even if it was all you were focused on, and you spun off let's say you spun off a bunch of different teams that were doing smaller games, and you downsize, you have maybe 5 studios or something drastic. That's a lot of pressure riding on those games, and and the budgets, man. They're getting crazy. I understand why they're getting crazy. Obviously, economic realities aside, but also just because the audience reacts so poorly whenever things aren't up to snuff, and to a most ridiculous degree. Do you remember Puddlegate with Spider-Man?
Yeah.
And I talked about this a lot too, but the Craig thing with Halo Infinite, it's it just becomes this big PR nightmare whenever something isn't 100% fucking perfect. And that's an attitude that I think needs to really fucking die. And I don't know how you do. And it's not to say that we should accept less than, great games. But I also think the things that we identify as quality markers aren't necessarily as important to what a video game is as what we think it is. I think we're really miscalibrated. And I think part of, granted, I think this would have happened anyway. People always chase fidelity, and it as technology increases. But I think this is kind of the unforeseen consequences and the damage of I think The Last of Us in some way, where it's just these games were so above the board and so above fidelity wise, what we anticipated or what we could have expected, that everything that isn't that is considered not real or not legitimate. And I don't know what the answer. I don't know how you really fix that, because they've kind of dug this hole themselves. They've kind of established themselves as we make things that are, we make HBO, we make cinema. We make the cinema of video games. That's what we do. We make high fidelity, high narrative, highbrow stuff that demands hundreds of millions of dollars and damn near a decade of development time. And I just don't, we gotta grow beyond that, I think, for the health of the industry, and also just the health of the medium, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Downscale.
You're absolutely right. They all know this. They all know that they can't keep this up. And you're right. They've painted themselves into this corner. It was their strategic advantage.
And by the way, it's kind of backfiring now, because now a lot of those games are reading the same.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And now it's a point of criticism that it's the movie games. And it's well, now look. Now it's you can't even downscale because it's gonna look embarrassing compared to your previous work. And if you keep going the course, you're going to make your money, I guess, but it's going to be more expensive to continue, and people are going to be less and less interested as the novelty of that kind of cinematic, one of a kind, hyper real experience wears off. God of War using the one-shot camera and looking as good as it did and being as narrative focused as it did in 2018 was that was new. That was a breath of fresh air relative. Now we've seen it twice already, and we're going to see it again. And again, it's not to say that game's going to be bad, but it's less novel. It's actually the Switch and Switch 2 is actually a great example. Switch 2 is it's not that they don't sell or that people aren't interested in them, But like the novelty of having that functionality in a machine is significantly less this time than it was the first time. Nintendo's got their hardcore, audience, and it's going to sell really, really well. But the novelty, the appeal of that machine to absolutely everybody is missing in comparison. I don't have a desire to get a Switch 2, purely because the entire desire I had for the Switch 1 was that idea of just like, oh, what a weird idea, a novel idea to have a console that is a home console that docks and then you can take it on the go. It's interesting. It's not that interesting anymore in comparison to how it used to be. So like, I don't know. I think you got to be careful, man. I think you're right where the machines and the first party need to focus on AAA, but we really need to reframe what that means, because we can't be doing this. We can't be having 7-year dev cycles for $400 million budgets, and it's insane.
Yeah, something's got to give. And of course, AI is going to be a major part of that drive that they're going to. I don't know if you saw that Tim Sweeney interview actually about how he was castigating Valve for making developers put AI warnings on their games, which he feels like is unfair and is like causing those games to get beat up, but they're trying to find the efficiencies in development or whatever. And I'm like, I think you got to find a different way, but we'll figure it out. Probably won't actually figure it out. Everyone's going to continue to eat each other. And that's the scary thing about the industry. We've said before, is like, there's no crash coming. It's just like where the money comes from. More and more and more and more and more and more and more money people are spending on games. It's just, there's so many losers in the market that everything's going to become, I mean, I think you're already seeing the risk aversion. And in fact, we're going to talk about a game that was decidedly unrisk averse, but for some reason completely ignored by its publisher. Benjamin Schroeder wrote in and said, "Hi, Sacred Symbolists. Midnight Murder Club received its final update this week. If you don't recall, this is a multiplayer horror FPS game that was released on PS5 and Steam in August of 2025. More notably, this was published by PlayStation, which means internally they consider it first party. I played it upon release and had a lot of fun for a few days, but then fell off quicker as player numbers stagnated and it became nearly impossible to find a match. As far as I can tell, PlayStation never did much market the thing, and it didn't even receive a last-ditch pity release on PS Plus to bolster its numbers. In fact, PlayStation didn't really even acknowledge it at all. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills every time I think about this game. Is there some conspiracy about why PlayStation would let their own published game die so quickly? Is it a matter of never having faith in it to begin with, or do you think there's a juicier story in there? Your insight is appreciated." Midnight Murder Club is a weird one. This is, of course, a game made by Velen. Those are the guys that made Knockout City or whatever that game is called. And I was reading about it today because they did, in fact, release their final update to the game. The game is $7.99, by the way, right now on Steam. It's probably also that way on PlayStation Network as well. But if you read the update, you'll see, I thought this was kind of cool. They say that, the game will continue and all the rest, but obviously it's dead now. And they say, quote, "At Velen, we feel strongly about game preservation." And they say, "See also Knockout City Private Server Edition. So we'll come back to patch Midnight Murder Club again if anything in the future prevents people from playing it the way they can today." So that's cool. The game will exist in perpetuity. I am deeply confused about what happened here. And I don't know why Sony was so gun shy about it, considering the things that they're willing to talk about and show and get behind, a la Foam Stars or something like that, which probably wasn't bad. It was a Splatoon ripoff in a way, but this game I thought was kind of neat. And clearly Sony saw something in it. I would have seen something in it too. I don't, I wouldn't have expected it to be so unpopular. And I don't think Sony talking about it or tweeting about it or whatever, or putting it in a state of play would have mattered. But it is peculiar that they just let it die, because these are the kinds of bets that I thought that they would want to make. This is what I always say. It's like, just go make 10 bets.
Yeah.
And this is one of them. And it's like, okay, it didn't work, but like, did you try? I mean, it didn't seem like a bad game. It didn't seem like that was the problem. It seemed like people just weren't that into it. I don't know, man. I don't know what happened with this game. And you're right. It didn't even get a PS Plus release or anything. They just I think there was like a single PlayStation blog post about it, and that was it. And it is a PlayStation published game. It only has 250 reviews on Steam. That means it's sold in the low thousands probably. So yeah. I don't know. I don't know what happened here. Did you ever? I know Dustin tried it and he liked it. Did you ever try this game, Midnight Murder Club?
No, I never got around to it. It just kind of felt like I had a sinking pit in my stomach with that game, where it's just like, this is a really cool and novel idea. It's unconventional and interesting and subversive. It doesn't stand a chance.
It became clear too when it came out. I think that probably put other people off too, where it's like, well, it's clearly not working. So why even bother? It's like watching a TV show that got canceled.
Right, exactly. It is really, it's a bummer because I think it's a really good idea. I think it's interesting, but I really do believe this. I just think the general audience is just not interested in things that are conceptually challenging or intriguing or interesting. I think they want stuff that's easily digestible. I think it's why third person narrative action games are so big. It's because like it's the kind of thing that even a passerby or like an observer can kind of get into. They can watch it kind of like a movie. There's like a casual aspect to it, more so than there is. I think it's why the first person shooter is kind of dying in a broader sense. It's just like it's a lot more video game. It's a lot more intensive. It requires a lot more. So you see a new. Not only is it an FPS, but it's also this really unique idea, and it's playing with light and dark, and it's, I don't know, man, it's a cool idea, and unfortunately that's not what you need. you need safe
Yeah,
now.
it's too bad.
And I knew that when it came out. I was just like, even before it came out, I was just like, this is a really cool idea and I'm really into it. Not gonna happen.
Yeah, it's too bad.
It would have been like this is one of those things where it's like, again, if this was Xbox Live Arcade or whatever, it would have been huge.
Mm-hmm.
If this was like, it reminds me a little bit, even Knockout City. I remember playing Knockout City. It's like, this is Monday Night Combat. This is like that kind of game.
Many
like,
such
it's like
cases,
weird,
dude.
like, many such cases, and it's a different time now. And I'm telling you, man, many great games are. And to be fair, like I don't know if Midnight Murder Club is great, but I don't think it's as simple as it used to be, in the sense that when something fails, I don't think it's a simple, clear-cut case where it's just like it's terrible, or even that it wasn't good, or even that it wasn't great anymore. I think there's going to be a lot of great games that just die because there's not a lot of attention, there's not enough room, and there's not enough interest because a lot of the audience now is just not really hardcore about it.
And what's a shame too, Chris, is that a lot of these games are contingent on community. So like, it can't even find a niche or be enjoyed by itself. Hopefully this will be solved in the future. I mean, this is where AI can be useful. It's just populating these places with bots, and like where anyone could just go play anything at any time. I mean, I guess that would be kind of cool, but it reminds me of, I really think that typing battle royale is a really great idea too. And I wonder, it's like, that seems like such a fucking sick idea. And yet will people really play it? I don't know. RIP in peace, Midnight Murder Club. We barely knew you.
Yeah.
Eugene Aka wrote in and said, good day to you, Colin. It's funny, man, Moriarty. And good day to Chris. Really, 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 Raygun. Would either of you be opposed to allowing gambling software on your gaming devices if there were safeguards and proper regulations in place? I personally don't really like to gamble, but I'd maybe occasionally do it if it was embedded in fun experiences on my Nintendo or PlayStation consoles. I'd imagine something like Vampire Survivors or Peggle with real monetary investments. With every other pastime dipping its toes into gambling, is it inevitable? Thank you. I'll now return to the receiver and hearken. I wonder, dude, like, there's multiple layers to this. I have no problem with gambling. We are sponsored by Prize Picks occasionally. I think that's cool. Prize Picks is founded by or run by Mike Ybarra, which is so interesting. And in the past, we've had other gambling sponsors too. And I think if you're a responsible adult, it's up to you and it's incumbent on you to know what you're getting yourself into. And I gamble occasionally. I don't really use the apps to do it. I gamble on fantasy football. Like my fantasy leagues are pretty high stakes in my, for both my serious league and my family league. It's, to the tune of hundreds of dollars a year. It's not anything crazy. So I have no problem with that. And that's one layer, because some people just have a problem with it. And a lot of people have a problem with its overexposure in society. But again, I think it's about what society will tolerate. For instance, cigarettes still sell pretty briskly, even though they're labeled about how badly they're going to kill and maim you. Right? There are people that are responsible enough, and then they're irresponsible. And then no matter how much you make someone try to be responsible, they're just not going to. That's why there's like these 1-800 numbers at the end of gambling commercials and all the rest. It's like, got to take a little bit of agency over your own life. The second layer to me, Chris, is what would you bet on? And it's like, you're talking about Peggle and Vampire Survivors. Like, those are weird to me. That's like brain rot gambling shit that you see on like Kalshi, right? Or Polymarket, which are really cool websites that I think they're really interesting and neat. And I love that people can bet on anything. But that's the example of betting on anything, right?
Right.
What if you could bet on Evo? What if you could bet on a Halo tournament, Madden tournament, FC, something like that? Maybe. I think there are way too many complications to make it viable, though. The major ones being PlayStation is an adult brand, kind of, but there's a lot of kids on it. And that's going to get dicey real quick. The second thing that I think is more important is about the sanctity of what you're betting on. This is already a huge problem in sport. And you're not a football fan, but this recently came to fruition with a college player, Brendan Sorsby, who was a quarterback most recently at Texas Tech, but played for Cincinnati for a couple of years, and was betting on games, including games his team was in or playing in, and is not allowed to play in the NFL for the whole year because of it. Because it's not that anyone really gives a shit about his $5 bets. It's about the sanctity of the game itself. And if you can't trust the people that are playing to not throw games and not do things, it's just so dicey at so many different levels that cannot be controlled for. It's not a real sport. You don't have bookies. Like, bookies keep people honest in Vegas, like the odds makers, because they're experts. They know like what the fair odds are. There's so many things to answer. So is it a cool idea? Yeah, sure. I have no problem with that. And there could be money to be made on it, but man, that would be complicated.
Yeah.
Really complicated.
I don't know. I think it's a net negative. I just don't. I'm not big on it. I think adults can do whatever they want, but like the reality is it's different. Like cigarettes are different than games because like it's trivial in comparison to kind of circumvent. It's like I was 13 playing M-rated games. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because my parents were like, yeah, whatever, it's fine. My parents wouldn't have let me smoke at 13. And if I really wanted to smoke, it would have been very difficult for me to do it.
Right. That's a good point.
And I think like it's just the triviality is so different, is so vast. And gambling addiction is actually kind of like crazy. Like it's actually like I didn't really know much about this until I like met some people, but it's like, dude, that's dangerous. That is really bad. And it's not to say that people should be babied or whatever, but it's like I think generally speaking, the more friction you can create between people and those kinds of things, the better. Generally, adults are going to do what they do, but like definitely in these ecosystems where kids are like kind of everywhere, like it's best to leave it out. There's such a plentiful gambling ecosystem already. Like I don't really think it needs to be everywhere.
Yeah, it just creates a lot of regulatory problems too, and problems between countries, and you know, in terms of what's legal here and what it's just yeah, like you said, like the amount of attention that would have to be paid to every aspect of it would cost more than what they would get out of it. And I think the audience would also probably recoil. It's funny, Chris, like there is a problem with gambling in the United States, but I think a lot of it has to do with like gambling is as old as humanity. People were probably gambling 10,000 years ago about shit, making bets about who was going to kill this or what is going to do this in the hunt, or like, you know, what it's about. And I've always liked gambling even when I was younger, like I used to occasionally buy like scratch tickets when I was a kid. And it's like, I think I understood it early on, but I certainly understand as an adult, it's like, you're not going to win. You can win in the short term. And there are professional gamblers that win in the long term, but they are scarce and they're basically hunted by these companies. Like, I don't know if people know anything about this. Like, you can get banned from casinos, you can get banned from apps for being too good. And so, so they're like, if you're sitting at a blackjack table and you're like racking up wins, they can come to you and be like, get out. You can keep your money, but you're not coming here anymore. You're not playing here anymore. You're bad for us. And you have to understand that that's the fucking mentality. So you have to know that it's supposed to be a thing that like where you feel a sense of excitement betting on a game and you win. And that's exciting. And then so you go buy dinner or something like that. It's not supposed to be a thing that you do and chase losses. And that's what people do. And then you end up in major trouble. And
which is by the way, why I think it's kind of the thing that like you, if at any point you should be introduced to that stuff after you're a kid.
Yeah, agreed.
You know what I mean? Agreed. Like you should be able to be like, because it was so trivial for me to like undo the parental lock on my home consoles. It was ridiculous. You know, it's insane.
Do you remember? You might be a little young. Do you remember the V chip? This was the thing that was going to go into like TVs in the 90s, and it was supposed to like give parents parental controls.
That sounds right. V chip.
And then like people realize that like their kids are the smartest tech people in the house and will easily just bypass all of this shit, rendering it moot.
Yeah, I think
I think I had a TV with a V chip in it.
And I think that's where, you know how they started, you know how in the early 2000s they started rating everything on TV?
Mm-hmm.
I think that was all connected to that. Like they would have the rating in the corner. That was like a new thing on TV that never happened. Anyway, it's not worth opening this Pandora's box, but I want to say that like I think gambling is fine. Like because I think some people have a real moral problem with it, and I'm like, I don't. Like I just think you have to. No one should hold a gun to your head and force you to gamble. But if you're preposterously gambling your money away, that's your own problem. I mean, it does like
you can do whatever you want,
right? Like I love going to casinos and gambling, but I always look at it as. I actually heard Mike Florio, a guy I listened to in the football space, say it recently, where like you have to look at gambling as like having an amount of money that this is like you going to the movies or you going out to dinner or you doing. It's like this is the money I'm spending tonight on gambling. You can't go into it being like I'm going to walk away with this much money and more. You have to walk away with it. You have to go in assuming you're just going to lose the money as if you bought something.
You're spending money on an activity,
right? And if you're doing that, which I've always done, and many people have done, then I think you're in good shape. But if not, call that 1-800-GAMBLING number, I guess, and watch out for yourself because it's a bad scene out there. And I do unironically love Kalshi and Polymarket just because the idea that you can bet on anything is hysterical to me. Like I think that's so fucking awesome and so ridiculous. Like
it is crazy.
Anything you want. All right. Final inquiry comes from Arian YN, who says, hello, Sacred Gents. Recently, we've been seeing a lot of negativity and criticism directed at Sony studios for doubling down on existing IP, but isn't that essentially how Nintendo has operated for decades? Heck, most Zelda games revolve around familiar themes and story beats, yet each entry feels fresh thanks to its unique world, mechanics, presentation, and sense of adventure. Working within an existing IP doesn't necessarily mean repeating the same gameplay loop, characters, or stories. A strong franchise can serve as a foundation for new ideas rather than a limitation on creativity. With the cost of AAA development continuing to rise and publishers increasingly relying on established brands, is it time for Sony to embrace a similar strategy within its first-party studios? Instead of focusing primarily on brand new franchises, should they be leveraging their existing IP catalog to create new world settings and characters and gameplay experiences under familiar banners? Anyway, I'll hang up and listen. Well, I think part of the answer is yeah, kind of. But you have to understand Nintendo's a unique thing. And I think people don't consider that deeply enough. Nintendo gets away with shit that no one would get away with. And I've observed this long before I abandoned Nintendo. Their games are, I mean, I've said this before, their games are often overrated. They revisit these same, and I don't mean that in a bad way that the games are bad. I'm saying that they're rated really high. They do the same thing over and over and over again, release the same shit over and over and over again. People like it, but they're still a fairly small entity compared to the competitors. And so you kind of have to choose your lane. They're highly dependent on themselves. And I find their lack of new IP to be distressing and weird. I don't like it. And it was one of the things I had a problem with the Nintendo literally 20 years ago. I had a problem with Nintendo doing that kind of shit. And it was always exciting to get a new Zelda and a new Mario and this and that and the other thing. But like the lack of newness, I think, will wear eventually. And they are in a unique position where they deliver. And they have a very tight pipeline and people that know what they're doing. I don't think most publishers and developers have that. And thus, and I also don't think it's creatively fulfilling. And aren't there other Nintendo fans out there that are also tired of the same old thing? The games are differentiated from each other, yeah, kind of, but also not really. A 3D Mario game is a 3D Mario game. I mean, some of them are more special than others. Galaxy, of course, was very unique and special. Odyssey, a little bit more straightforward. The Zelda games are sometimes stylistic. You have Wind Waker and whatever, but they're dungeon-based and you're getting heart pieces and you're finding weapons. It's like, it's not that different. I think they just kind of get away with things that others wouldn't. And I don't even say it as an insult. It's an obvious observation.
I think that's true. But I also do think they are a little bit, I don't know, Zelda and Mario and all of their big IP are so gameplay. The reality is that Sony would have a difficult time doing that because Sony's IP are so focused on narrative and inherently narrative focused on characters, and inherently characters have arcs. And if they don't have arcs, it becomes ridiculous. So like characters will have an arc and then they'll be done. And then to do more with them is insane. Or it comes across as forced. Mario doesn't have an arc. You know, like Zelda doesn't have an arc. Like you could make you could make a case maybe that they have like mini arcs or whatever, but like not really. Like it's always generally a reset. Like no one knows what the fuck the Zelda timeline is, or like how they feed into each other. And I think it's confusing by design. It gives them a level of freedom where they could just kind of reinvent the wheel every time, and it's fine. Like Breath of the Wild is not Wind Waker, is not Ocarina. Like they are fundamentally different games, although they have a shared kind of, I want to say skeleton, but necessarily like they have a shared kind of they have a shared makeup, I guess, foundationally. Mario too, also like there's 2D Marios and 3D Marios that are quite different from each other. There's that Mario 3D Land or whatever that's like kind of like this weird like hybrid of the two. They're more experimental, and I think that yields them a lot more goodwill because they do like I don't know, man. Like you look at Halo on the Xbox side, and it's like, oh, here's Halo 1 again. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, or you look at God of War, and it's like God of War is probably the closest analog that they have because it's been going on for a long time, and they actually have reinvented it a great deal over time. But they've reinvented it in such a way that like you really only have so much left on this. God of War can't be turned into something like Breath of the Wild in the same way. And so like I don't know, I think you're right, they get away with a lot of crazy shit that makes no sense. The $80 Mario Kart, the insane what is it, the voice app on the phone that let you talk to each other over.
That was awesome. I loved that.
Their terrible netcode for Super Smash Brothers, which is like their premier multiplayer game basically, and it runs like absolute shit. It runs like a game that's dude, the latency on Smash Brothers is it Brawl? No, not Brawl is Wii. Ultimate for the Switch is insane. Even on like a wired connection, it's like this is a fucking unplayable, and nobody plays it that way. Everybody plays that game in person,
right?
Because of that, and so they do get a lot of leeway. But I also just think their IP are just uniquely poised to continuously reinvent themselves. I think Mario's due for a reinvention, quite frankly, and I think they could do just about damn near anything with it, and they could probably pull it off.
Focus M. Yeah, I'm a little. They like Metroid Prime was a reinvention of Metroid.
Right.
Mario 64 obviously a reinvention of Mario. Ocarina of Time a reinvention in a way of Zelda. Yeah, I'm just tired. I it's what I was saying. I think you and I both agree. It's like they're just unique. I don't think they can really be replicated. I don't think they can be replicated from a quality standpoint. No. I don't think they can be replicated from a culture standpoint. But they're also just a very different, like, they just aren't as, it's just important to remember they don't sell nearly as many games as PlayStation does. Because PlayStation sells other people's games, and that's where the money is. So
they don't sell as many games, period. Not their first party sells insane.
Oh, their first party sell copies of games that Sony would never even sniff.
Right.
But it's awesome for them. If they didn't do that, they wouldn't have a business. The point I've made is with Sony is like you could theoretically imagine them stopping making first party games and they would just be fine. Like that's the weird part. And I think you'd kind of want to be a Sony. Maybe not. I mean, you want to own the IP and you want to own this iconic IP. But I still say, and you know this, Chris, I've said this over and over again ad nauseum, is Sony's superpower has always been when to move on, and they've been stymied by that because they do need to extract more out of their IP. They do. It made sense to make a second Ghost game. Yes. We can't have a third one. Not under this timeline. No. Let's not fucking get crazy with it. Let's not get carried away. Anyway,
5 years, 6 years.
Yeah, you're gonna get the third Ghost game 14 years after Ghost of Tsushima came out or something. It's like, come on, man. Like this is crazy. You got to move on. I know it's not your fault. I get it. But I don't want them to, they're lingering too much. And that's just the nature of the reality of making games today. Anyway.
Yeah.
Arian YN, thank you for writing in. That's all we have, Chris, for this episode of Sacred Symbols. It's over now. It's time for us to go. Any closing comments before we leave?
No, I've got to get dressed and ready. I got to make a trek south.
Oh,
to Anaheim.
So, Godspeed to you. You're gonna drive? You're gonna take an Uber?
I think there's people who are going also. So like I'm gonna hitch a ride.
Cool.
But
that sounds good.
I'm already so tired.
Well, Godspeed to you. Have fun.
Yeah, thanks.
You'll wake up, no doubt. I'm gonna get in the pool. It's nice out. Float around. I have a really hard time. I'm like, it's like Pavlov's dog. Like when I go in the pool, I have to have a beer and smoke a joint. Or I feel like I'm just not in it, so I'm gonna go float around. And
it is part of it.
Yeah, it's like I just I turn it on a little bit when during these brief summer months. You know, have a nice little time, and then by late August, early September, it'll all be over. All right, Chris. Well, be well. Have a good weekend. It's good to see you as always. We'll see you next time. And thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support. We appreciate you too. Patreon.com/LastStandMedia for early ad-free access and LastStandMedia.store for merch. Thank you again as always. We'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.